Larissa Pacheco continues her vicious run for another title.
Larissa Pacheco with a quick 6. She's one of the best fighters in the world.
And 6'8" Haynock, the Problema Ferreira, is looking to knock somebody into next week.
Dropped with the left hook. My goodness.
The PFL playoffs right now on ESPN.
Beautiful downtown New York City. We're here in the heart of it all for the PFL playoffs. The sun is setting outside and things are heating up inside. Look at that gorgeous view. The bridge over the river. That's Madison Square Garden. Underneath that roof are some legends. And right there inside of the PFL Smart Cage, perhaps legends will be made tonight. Semi-final action in our heavyweight and women's featherweight division. There's your main event and your co-main. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Kenny Florian. Very excited to be bringing you fights in just a matter of minutes. This is all about the playoffs though. 4 semi-final fights still to come later on ESPN, and of course simulcast right here on ESPN Plus. And Randy, it's been a long season already, but it all comes down to this.
Absolutely, and you put a lot on the line, a lot at stake. The pressure goes up. You have to manage your regular season fights. Now you've made it to the playoffs. That's the 3rd fight in 6 months. This is the toughest thing in athletics. Anything can happen. If we saw what happened a couple weeks ago in San Antonio, you just don't know how this is going to turn out with everything at stake.
Kenny, it's not just the amount of activity, it's not just the frequency of those fights and the camps you have to stack on top of one each other, but the competition gets stiffer as you progress. You're fighting people who are on hot streaks, just like you, coming off of big wins, just like you, building momentum, just like you.
Yeah, absolutely, and that training will compound and can take effect on your body. So you got to be really smart about how you pace yourself throughout the season, how you pace yourself through your camps as well.
We'll be doing the business in the heavyweight division and the women's featherweight division, like I already said. But a couple weeks ago in San Antonio, Texas, we already sorted out a couple of championship matchups. At light heavyweight, everybody's favorite weight class. Josh Silveira beats Ty Flores in the 1 versus 4 matchup. Martin Hamlet in for Kasunganai. That was a back and forth. That was a question how that one was going to go. Impa gets the win, and now your championship, the 1 versus 3, Josh Silveira versus Impa Kasunganai. Randy, this was a great fight.
Absolutely. The big wrestler, Martin Hamlet, Norwegian champion in Greco-Roman wrestling, against the much smaller and out of the Challenger Series, Impa Kasunganai. And you saw the combination right there. Shot to the body, left hook, followed by straight right and another left hook to put the icing on the cake for Impa Kasunganai, securing the spot in the final.
So that was the 1 semifinal, right? And now Impa Kasunganai, 1 win away from $1 million. A guy who, when he appeared on the Challenger Series, was living on a farm in a yurt. Goodness gracious, this could be a storybook ending for Impa Kasunganai. And Dan Hardy's part of our broadcast crew tonight. He actually did a little breakdown on that beautiful combination you saw Impa Kasunganai win his championship spot with.
In the finishing sequence with Impa Kasunganai against Martin Hamlet, you can see he's got him trapped up against the fence here. Now Kasunganai is going to push him with a double jab that falls short. The purpose is to force Hamlet's back foot up against the fence. Now as Hamlet tries to back up here, he's going to square himself up and make himself a bigger target for that right hand, which is first going to go into the midsection. The left hook's going to follow, which is going to set up the right hand to the chin. You can see Hamlet's arms are in disarray from this other angle. As Kasunganai pushes forward with that double jab, he's going to move his lead foot into range at the same time. That's going to squeeze Hamlet up against that fence post, make him feel very trapped, very claustrophobic, and give him nowhere to go. And then you can see Kasunganai is going to push him behind a double jab. The right hand that lands is the one that does the damage. Back foot is planted into the floor. His hips are square to the fence. There's nowhere to go. You can see him driving all of that power into the chin of Martin Hamlet and takes the full brunt of the force.
Just a gorgeous combination and, of course, a stellar breakdown by our very own Dan Hardy. All right, so that was the 2-3 matchup. In the 1 versus 4, it was Josh Silveira. There's been a big hype train around Josh Silveira, right? Son of Conan Silveira, ATT. This is a guy who kind of built his way gradually to a semifinal moment. Well, it went his way.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, everyone calls him a grappler. Wrestled at the D1 level. He's a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, the son of the legendary Conan Silveira. So you're like, he's going to grapple, right? Right? Well, he can kick as well. Landed some beautiful body kicks, some great leg kicks as well. And then he finished the fight in the form of some devastating knees with that Thai plum. Just grabbed a hold of that head, and up came the knees. And there was the TKO finish. Just brutality there from Josh Silveira. And there he is with his legendary father and coach, Conan Silveira. What a performance.
So now Josh Silveira, 1 win away from $1 million and his first world title. But he's got to get through Impa Kasanganay. That promises to be a very fascinating matchup. 2 guys living and training in South Florida, although not at the same gym. ATT versus Killcliff, another storyline there. All right, also in San Antonio was the men's featherweights. There were some stellar bouts here. 1 versus 4 matchup was Bubba Jenkins versus Jesus Pinedo. Gabriel Braga ended up taking on Chris Wade, who stepped in because of an injury to Mavlid Haibulayev. Chris Wade was looking to make 5th time the charm. He's been part of the semifinals every season of the PFL, and he really hoped that this would be his opportunity to break through to a championship. Randy, Gabriel Braga, though, this kid is an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, Chris Wade's got to be scratching his head. He did everything he needed to do in the regular season to get to the playoff, and then he runs into Gabriel Braga. Braga's got a great Muay Thai background, very strong striker. He's going to step right in the pocket, use his kicks, use his punches, and make it very, very difficult for Chris Wade to use his wrestling the way he normally does. Braga took him right out of that game plan. Very vicious striking, good counter punching. Braga knew exactly where he needed to be to win this fight and push Chris Wade to the limit. Braga gets the decision, unanimous decision.
And he remains undefeated in doing so. One of the most promising prospects in the sport punches his ticket to $1 million opportunity. All right, the other side, the 1 versus 4, Bubba Jenkins versus Jesus Pinedo. I want to set this up for you. Jesus Pinedo was coming off a massive desperation upset victory over last year's champion, Brendan Loughnane. It was an unbelievable finish, and he had to get it done quickly in order to punch his own tickets just to get into the playoff, right? He lands that vicious knee, and that starts the conversation. Jesus Pinedo can finish someone as talented, as skilled as Brendan Loughnane, be a first-round knockout, get himself 6 points, and force his way into a playoff picture. Is that a fluke, or is he legit? Well, no doubt that Bubba Jenkins is legit, and that sets up the matchup, and well, Jesus Pinedo answered the question emphatically.
Well, he's already a pretty angry guy just by his eyes. He means business, and he did not like everybody saying that that was a fluke win over Loughnane, and he was up against it, guys. I mean, he was going against a very tough stylistic matchup in Bubba Jenkins, and not only that, he was down a point because he didn't make weight, so there was extra pressure on him. Well, he answered every single question. Jenkins could not take him down, and when he had his opportunities to strike, he was absolutely nasty. He made Bubba Jenkins pay for every failed takedown attempt, and he went out there and got another finish over a fantastic fighter in Bubba Jenkins.
Well, because Kenny just highlighted the failed takedown attempts, I want to remind everyone, Bubba Jenkins, Division I national champion at Arizona State. He's as elite of a wrestler as there is in the sport of mixed martial arts, and he couldn't keep Jesus Pinedo down. I actually asked Dan Hardy to give me a breakdown on this one as well, and of course, the Outlaw obliged.
Jesus Pinedo's performances are going from strength to strength in the smart cage. We saw that in his last fight against Bubba Jenkins, where he kept the pressure on constantly. He squeezed him up against the fence, kept him wedged into that corner. That gives Bubba Jenkins 3 options. He can either move one way, he can move the other, or he can level change. You can see these 3 options. This is the choice that Bubba Jenkins has got. Do you level change or do you move to the side? What you'll see Pinedo do is, as he's keeping the pressure on, you're going to start seeing him use uppercuts up the center line, which is going to discourage Bubba Jenkins from level changing. Same as this big knee. Look at that. Look how similar that is to the Brendan Loughnane knockout. The knee comes straight up the center line. Now you're going to see Bubba Jenkins. He's going to keep peeling around this side of the fence. He's going to try and get away from this aggression, this pressure that he's under. He's exhausted. His takedowns are failing. And you can see the confidence of Pinedo. Hands down, firing, working his way into range, but staying at his range, but away from Bubba Jenkins' range. And then the level change, he bails his leg out and just a couple of shots to finish. But the work was done defending the takedowns and keeping the pressure on.
All right, so the stage is set at light heavyweight and at featherweight. We know what those championship matchups are going to look like. Two men will become millionaires if they can win a championship and, of course, get the beautiful gold belt that inevitably you just have to hide in a box somewhere because your significant other doesn't want it on the mantle. It's fine, fellas. Enjoy the ride either way. All right, so that's a look back. I also want to take a look forward, if you'll indulge me, because next week's card, not even a week from tonight, is absolutely spectacular. Again, this is semifinal action. It'll be our welterweight and lightweight divisions. These are two of the most competitive and stacked weight classes that we've got in the Professional Fighters League. Clay Collard, Shane Burgos in the main event. Sada Busi, last year's champion, versus Carlos Leal in the co-main event. That's a welterweight contest. That'll happen right here in the theater at Madison Square Garden. Let's look at the lightweight bracket first. The 1 versus 4 is Clay Collard versus Shane Burgos. 2 versus 5, last year's champion, Olivier Aubin-Mercier, the Canadian gangster, taking on Bruno Miranda, a veteran of the PFL Challenger Series. I want to talk about this main event with Kenny Florian. Clay Collard, Shane Burgos is the kind of matchup you dream up. If you're a fight fan who just wants to see action, frenetic pacing, incredible striking, this is the dream match.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. These are two guys that love to get after it. Both guys love to move forward and trade big shots. That's why this is such a spicy matchup. You see Clay Collard right there, phenomenal boxer. When he's putting together those combinations, there are very few strikers that can put it together like Clay Collard, one of the most exciting fighters in the sport. And then you have Shane Burgos, who showed that he can grapple as well. Excellent striker, big for the division, gonna be fantastic.
All right, that's the main event. How about on the other side of that lightweight bracket? Last year's champion and a guy who's still undefeated in the PFL Smart Cage, Olivier Aubin-Mercier. He's the 2 seed taking on Bruno Miranda.
Yeah, OAM is one of the most cerebral fighters that I've seen in a very, very long time. He comes up with game plans and put himself in the best position to win. He's got to do that again against Gabriel Braga, who's a very, very formidable, well-rounded Brazilian black belt in jiu-jitsu. This is going to be a great fight. How will OAM answer the question? Here he is, his first fight of the regular season against Burgos. A lot of people were excited about that match. OAM attached himself to Burgos and found a way to win. He does that every single time we see him step in the cage.
Finding a way to win is exactly what OAM does. If he wants another lightweight championship and another $1 million check, he's going to have to get through Bruno Miranda, who is an absolute monster in this lightweight class. That's the lightweight picture. What about the welterweight bracket? I've heard a lot of people say, and I don't debate against them, that welterweight is the toughest weight class we've got in the PFL. Magomed, he's been a mainstay. Season 1 welterweight champion. He's taking on Solomon Renfro as Magomed Umalatov is out with an injury. Solomon Renfro, by the way, had one opportunity to earn a playoff spot. He got a first-round finish. Carlos Leal, Sada Busi in the 2 versus 3. Somehow, last year's welterweight champion is only the 3 seed. That is how stacked this division is. Let's talk about Magomed Karamov. When he's at his best, I don't know if there's a welterweight in the world that can beat him.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only because he's such a great wrestler, but he's such a great striker as well. He's very good at getting in your face, backing you up, hitting those takedowns. And it gets even worse. Not only is his ground and pound good, but he can take you out with some pretty slick submissions as well. You see that overhand right. You know it's coming, but you can't stop it. And Solomon Renfro, what a performance from him. There he is taking on Jarrah Al-Salawi, a fantastic striker. Didn't matter. He took him out on the feet with a knockout.
On the other side of the bracket is a guy, Randy, who I think proves more than anybody maybe in the whole PFL that the format works, right? It's a real sports format. It goes season by season. When we started this thing, Sada Boussi was not a contender. Sada Boussi was not going to be a champion. But what did he do? He took the time, and he worked, and he developed, and he changed camps, and he filled in all those holes, and now I don't know who can beat him.
He's done a great job of shoring up his wrestling. He always very tall for this weight class. He was at 185, 170, he cut down. How he makes that, I have no idea. Long, rangy, very, very good striker, but he's worked on his wrestling especially and his takedown defense to put him in positions for that viral head kick like that. And he totally Babe Ruth that. He called that was going to happen. He's fighting Carlos Leal, who came out of our Challenger Series, made it all the way to the semifinals last year out of the Challenger Series. He's a well-rounded game fighter. That is going to be one heck of a matchup.
A very hungry Carlos Leal against the Sada Boussi, who is just so polished and so efficient, and he does predict his highlight reel victories as well. You don't want to miss the lightweights and the welterweights in those playoffs. But we also have something pretty exciting in the showcase situation next Wednesday night. The grandson of Muhammad Ali, Biagio Ali Walsh, jumps back into the PFL Smart Cage. This is one of the hardest hitting prospects in all of mixed martial arts. This guy has such a promising future at only 24 years of age. You can see the right hand. He is just so composed for someone who is beginning, at the very beginnings of his mixed martial arts career. And he carries the pressure of that Ali name with as much grace as is possible. I mean, there are people 10 years older than him that wouldn't be able to handle the kind of pressure, but he has done an incredible job so far. He'll be part of the card next week as well. That's next Wednesday. You don't even have to wait a full week. Next Wednesday, August 23rd, ESPN, ESPN Plus, and ESPN Deportes. There's your full main card. Again, 4 semifinals, and then Biagio Ali Walsh taking on Ed Davis in a lightweight showcase contest. And that's just the main card. We got a great early card as well. All right, who haven't we heard from? You know what, I haven't brought in our betting experts yet. We need to get Jonathan Coachman and Ian Parker involved. Fellas, looking ahead to next week. Not about tonight just yet, looking ahead to next week. What are your early impressions?
Well, I really want to focus, Sean, on the main event, because when you have Clay Collard, who's just hardcore, tough as nails, then you got Shane Burgos. He comes in with a lot of hype, Ian Parker, and maybe hasn't produced his best performance yet, but has a chance to do that next week. Now, a lot of the odds haven't come out yet, but how are you looking initially at the main event?
Look, I think this is the season that Clay Collard finally gets a chance to fight for the title, and I don't see it going any other way. You know, there's nothing against Shane Burgos here. He's a tough fighter. He's going to come forward, but he couldn't find that rhythm in his first fight against OAN, and when he doesn't do as well when someone brings the fight to him, that is exactly what Clay Collard does. If Shane Burgos tries to put Collard on his feet, on his back, he better hold him there, because Clay Collard does not lay down for anybody. He will get back up. He's going to throw volume, power, everything. Coach, I think you're going to look at a 2-1 favorite here with Clay Collard.
Yeah, here in MMA betting, I mean, kind of minus 200, which is 2-1. That's kind of as high as we like to go with a straight fight. But that's next week. Still have a lot to get to tonight. Sean, back to you.
Thanks, Coach. Thanks, Ian. Don't forget, if you want to be here in person and find out who moves on to a 2023 PFL World Championship and claims division titles, a belt, and $1 million, you can get your tickets for this upcoming Wednesday's PFL playoffs at PFLMMA.com. www.pflmma.com. All right, so we look back and we look forward. Now let's look at the present. Let's live in the moment, shall we, fellas? Heavyweights and women's featherweights taking center stage right here at MSG. Here's a look at our heavyweight playoff bracket. Dennis Goltsov in the 1 seed. Jordan Heiderman is the 4 spot. Reina Ferreira versus Maurice Green. The 2 versus 5. Maurice Green stepping in because of an injury here. Let's talk about the main event. Reina Ferreira, is this the year, Randy, that he lives up to his full athletic potential?
Man, when he's on, it looks like nobody can touch this guy, and we've seen him come out there and not be on. I think the big difference this year is the change in team. He's moved to American Top Team. He's got professional coaching there. He's got great partners there. He's working on his grappling. He's working on his wrestling. There's the athleticism, which is the foundation for all of that. The long-range striking on display every single time he steps in that cage, but he's becoming a more well-rounded mixed martial artist, and he's got his head on his shoulders with a great team behind him now.
He's in an interesting situation because usually he's looking down at an opponent. Not the case, because Maurice Greene is every bit as tall. I guess he's technically 1 inch shorter, but two titans squaring off. What's the key for Maurice Greene?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, for Maurice Greene, first of all, he needs to back him up. He needs to get in his face and let him know that he's going to be in a fight. And, you know, you mentioned the reach advantage that Ferreira typically has. He's not going to have that here, and that could be foreign territory for him. Similar to never facing a southpaw before. When you're used to having that reach advantage, it can throw you off. Maurice Greene is going to be able to take that away from him. Also needs to be able to take away that space and approach us in a variety of ways, not only with his striking, but with his takedown game as well.
Dan Hardy did a breakdown for us on just how important that range weaponry is for Renan Ferreira.
The height and reach of Renan Ferreira is one of the things that makes him so intimidating. But not all big guys can fight like big men. But look at this. Look at the placement of the back foot, right? He's right on that regular season bar. Now you can see where his opponent's center line is. You can see how much distance there is, but look how much distance he covers with this kick. And even though the kick doesn't land as he throws it, he's penetrating the center line of his opponent. Now you can see his opponent's been forced to move back. He feels safe, but look where his foot was. Look how much distance he's covered with that limb. Now the center line of his opponent is exactly where that foot is. So he's covered the distance that he needed to land the shot. His opponent's moved away though. So he's gonna re-chamber this foot. He's gonna place it right where his opponent's center line was on the first kick. That back foot's going to skip forward to reset it, and then that front foot is going to fire a second time. And now Jones has got nowhere to go. He's got no space to move back into, so he level changes straight onto that kick. And the management of range we saw against Sheffield. Beautiful right hand there, but that's the shot that we need to pay attention to. The most important thing to notice is that Sheffield's firing back, but look how short the punch lands. There's 6 or 7 inches between him and his opponent, but when Ferreira throws, he connects beautifully on the chin of his opponent. He's able to hit his opponent and they can't touch him. Managing that range is very, very intelligent and very good to see a big man be able to do.
All right, so again, Renan Ferreira is so accustomed to being that long-range striker, and he does it so effectively as that breakdown showed you. But Maurice Greene, we talked to him about it this week, and he said, well, I am ready for somebody who's that big. It's not the first time he's seen it.
This is what I lean on. This is what I lean into when it comes to him and his Renan and his reach. My closest training partner and ally, John Jones, is an 84.5-inch reach. I think Ran's sitting there at about 85, right? That's all I know. That's all I deal with. So it's not anything crazy to me. I'm just excited to Mike Tyson, be like Mike Tyson, boy, you know. I can dip, dive, dodge, I can do all that right in the pocket. Because I got shorter reach, man. I'm a small guy. Usually, you know, you're always trying to use your footwork to stay on the outside and, you know, come in and catch them up. No, I don't gotta worry about that. I can make this dirty, make it ugly, make this young man fight. So I'm excited to do that, you know? And like I said a million times, I'm here for all of it. I really am.
So a couple of massive heavyweights, maybe going to turn in a dirty, ugly fight, maybe some clinch work, some dirty boxing. Randy, you know anything about that?
No, never heard of it.
That's the main event. Cannot wait. Again, that's all later tonight. The 4th of our 4 semifinals. Let's talk about the other side of the heavyweight playoff bracket. I mean, Renan Ferreira is the 2 seed. We're talking about him a lot because he's in the main event. But the 1 seed is Denis Goltsov. Is this the year for a guy that we keep saying is definitely among the best heavyweights in the world?
You know, Denis has been in this position a couple of times, and things seem to happen. He gets injured, he has travel issues, but this year he's firing on all cylinders. He's had 2 first-round finishes to put him in that #1 seed. His striking is as good as anybody in this game. That jab is ridiculous, and we figured out why, because he started combative sports in boxing. But he's very well-rounded. He's a two-time world champion in combat sambo. This guy has everything he needs, and I believe he's shored up his warm-ups and his camps to get it done this year.
And Kenny, his opponent is a bit of a mystery, right? Jordan Heiderman got called in the second half of the regular season. He only had one fight, and that fight was so short because of an opponent injury. He didn't put any tape out there.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, so much of the preparation comes down to watching tape, watching footage of your opponent, and there's just not a whole lot on Heiderman. He said, even if you are going back and watching some more fights, he said, last year I am such a different individual. He's been switching things up. He's been training over at Skywalker Gym in Nebraska, where he's from. He's a tremendous athlete, Sean. You know, played wrestling, wrestled in high school, college, played football at the D1 level. And again, 4-ounce gloves, heavyweight division, anyone could get knocked out.
He's undefeated also. I mean, Jordan Heiderman has yet to taste defeat as a pro mixed martial artist, so what does that do for him psychologically going against the guy who has like 5 times as many fights as he does? We're gonna find out later tonight when we get the heavyweights in that semifinal action. And I cannot emphasize this enough. For all of our semifinal fighters, a win puts you one step closer to a $1 million championship. But up right now, we'll start the night with a showcase bout in the women's flyweight division. 3 5-minute rounds between Caitlin Neal and Myra Mazar, brought to you by Geico.
Making their way to the PFL Smart Cage, fighting out of the blue corner, Myra Mazar.
Myra Mazar fought for us on the PFL Challenger Series. A very tight contest against the eventual contract winner, Des Yanez. Mazar gave a great account of herself in that one, but still says that was not the best you will see from me. She's looking to put her best foot forward here tonight and maybe prove to the bosses here in the PFL that she deserves a spot in a future PFL season.
Yeah, she's very technical, very well-rounded, good in all areas, as we saw in her last fight. But yeah, I think, it was lacked a little bit of experience in that last one, but make no mistake, she can finish you on the ground or on the feet. Fantastic striker, especially.
4-time champ in Sanda, Pan Am champ in Sanda as well. Very unique style of martial arts. Incorporates a lot of kicking and some throwing.
Randy just mentioned it, South American Sanda champ. She proudly calls Sao Paulo, Brazil home. 6 of her 8 professional victories have come inside the distance. Myra Mazar fancies herself a finisher.
Fighting out of the red corner, Caitlin Neal.
Caitlin hails from Linden, Utah. Spent most of her life as a cheerleader. Aspired to be a collegiate cheerleader. Was very disappointed when she didn't make the squad at Dixie U in Utah. A friend of hers took her to an MMA bout. She fell in love with the sport and started pursuing her competitive spirit and filling that with mixed martial arts. And here she is, 7 victories in. She's on a 3-fight win streak. Very, very well-rounded and athletic fighter in Caitlin Neal.
Never lacks for cardio. Her day job, she is a fitness coach. And you can hear the little pop here inside the theater at Madison Square Garden. She's a big-time fan favorite. I mean, there's a dozen or more people that made the trip from Utah to come watch her take advantage of this opportunity. Fought on the Challenger Series, won her contract there. Randy mentioned it, 3-fight win streak. Very popular on social media. Looking to empower other people, women especially, with fitness. Carries a strong message into the Smart Cage with her and a skill set to match.
She knows how to use her reach as well. She's tall for the division, uses her kicks very well as long-range strikes to keep her opponents on the outside. I think she's definitely going to have to do that here against Mayra.
Your tail to tape for our first bout of the evening is brought to you by Geico. Caitlin Neal, 31 years of age. Mayra Mazar is 37. You can see there, Neal, as Kenny mentioned, is tall for the division. She's 5 feet 8 inches tall. Both women weighed in at the limit of 126 pounds. Reach advantage on both arms and legs, favoring Caitlin Neal.
All right, let's go to the keys to victory here for Neal. It's got to be about her striking volume. Sometimes she doesn't throw a lot. She's going to have to do that here against Mayra. Also needs to be very aggressive and lead the dance here. And for Mazar, she needs to utilize her striking variety and her takedowns in this one.
Andy Shepard will start the evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to New York City. Welcome to Madison Square Garden. And welcome to the PFL playoffs. Later tonight, 8 athletes have the opportunity to take a step towards the $1 million championship. But we start tonight with a special showcase bout in the women's flyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. She's a Sandan specialist and stands 5 feet 4 inches tall. She weighed in officially at 125.5 pounds. And in 14 professional fights has earned a record of 8 wins, 6 losses, 5 victories, coming by way of knockout. Fighting out of Sao Paulo, Brazil, Mayra Mazar. And her opponent fighting out of the red corner. She's an MMA specialist and stands 5 feet 8 inches tall. She weighed in officially at 125.75 pounds and holds a record of 7 victories and 4 defeats. Fighting out of Linden, Utah, Caitlin Katniss Neal. The referee in charge, Tommy Santana.
Caitlin Neal in the blue trunks, Mayra Mazar in the black and gray. Our first bout of the evening, showcase at 125 pounds. Ready to fight? Ready to fight? Let's go. Orthodox stance for both women. Mayra Mazar dancing early.
Yeah, Mazar very good at that in and out style. Nice leg kick there by Mazar.
Good combination, finish with an inside leg kick there from Mazar. She catches the response from Caitlin Neal and now tries to press her against the smart cage barrier.
Excellent knee there by Neal. She's going to be very strong in these clinch situations.
Neal trying to take advantage of her height and get those double underhooks. Got double underhooks locked up now.
Great knee to the midsection there from Caitlin Neal. Good counter wrestling here from Mayra Mazar. Used her hand on the chin and pushed up the throat of Caitlin Neal, but she got back into a better head position. Framing on that face is Mayra Mazar. Right hand from Neal on the exit.
Yeah, and that's exactly what gave her that space to get out of there, Sean.
Shut him up. Yep, keep that jab. Simple 1s and 2s here. Level change, level 1. Check jab when she comes in, it's there.
Mazar may be a little smaller, but she definitely looks like she's a faster fighter out there.
Our betting expert Ian Parker has this fight as part of his Parker's parlay. Ian, who's supposed to win?
That's right. Oh, that's right, Sean. Who's supposed to win? Who we want to win? Caitlin Neal. You know, she's got to stay aggressive. When she's throwing her combinations, she's looking good. In the clinch, she looked like the stronger fighter. As long as she keeps this up, I think she can get a win here.
Saw her land a beautiful right hand right as we brought Ian Parker onto the broadcast. We'll hear from him throughout the night. with the betting tips. Good right hand on the combination there from Myra Mazar.
Yeah, Caitlin looking way more comfortable now on the feet. She's trying to use those long-range strikes. She's moving her feet, keeping herself at the right distance. But Mazar very, very fast.
Mazar realizing she has to get in, get those hands off, and get back out. Caitlin kind of standing, daring her to come in, and timing her, trying to catch her. Caitlin reminds me a little of Chuck Liddell, the way he used to fight. Just got to dare you to come into that range with those long levers.
And that's what Mazar needs to do. She's trying to feint her way to get on the inside to keep Neal guessing.
Aggressive right hand there from Myra Mazar. Let's hear from Paige Van Zandt, part of our broadcast crew tonight. Paige, you know a little bit about fighting at flyweight. What do you think of these two women?
I do. You know, I'm in the corner of Caitlin Neal, and her coaches want her to be a little bit more active. They don't want her to go in for the one kill shot. A little bit more pressure in the remainder of the round, and to stop throwing those low kicks because her opponent is looking to catch and go for the takedown. But I'm impressed by these women.
Thank you, Paige. Little stumble there from Myra Mazar. She ran into the right hand of Caitlin Neal.
Yeah, and that's been a few times that she's been rocked with a nice right hand. Caitlin Neal showing that she is maybe the slower fighter, but certainly the more powerful one.
Let's go. 1 minute.
Good push kick to the body there from Mazar, who's still trying to figure out the best way to get inside that striking range without getting hit.
Yeah, she's trying to create some angles out there, but Caitlin just following her. Keep her lined up. Nice kick upstairs from Neal, and a nice right hook.
She switched stances to throw that high kick, and then followed it up with the right hand. Caitlin Neal giving some different looks to her opponent. Overhand right from Mazar.
Let's go. 40 seconds.
Mazar is so tough. Continues to press and back up Neal here.
30 seconds. Be first.
There's a nice feint into the entry.
Turn. Turn. 30 seconds. Put her on the fence now. Switch your hips out. Hard switch to your right. Caitlin, watch your posture. Then turn her. Bicep.
Nice knee.
Yeah, that was a beautiful turn and knee there by Neal. Neal looking very sharp here in round one.
Strong moments from both women in round one. Round two next. Toshi Ishii getting taped up and ready to go. He'll be one half of a upcoming showcase bout in the heavyweight division. Right now, it's about the women's flyweight showcase. Great first round between Caitlin Neal and Myra Mazar. Look at the right hand there, Kenny.
Yeah, just a beautiful 1-2. Using those long limbs to land that shot. Keeping Mazar on the outside. It's been a fantastic round, really for both women, but Caitlin Neal seems like she got the edge there in round one for sure.
Round two begins. Caitlin Neal in the blue, Myra Mazar in the gray. The outlaw Dan Hardy, one member of our broadcast crew tonight, as Neal switches stances again to southpaw. What'd you make of round one, Dan?
You know, I thought it was a very interesting one. Kind of a fight of two halves. You've got Mazar, who started quite fast, a lot of zip in the movement, quite busy. But Neal was just trying to find a range with her jab. And once she got that down, she was starting to land more meaningful shots. I'm leaning towards Neal for that first round, but it was quite tight.
I think think Mazar has found most amount of success with her leg game, with her kicking game. Ooh. And every time she looks for that overhand right, she's running into the jab of Caitlin Neal.
Has to kick to the lead knee. Myra Mazar starting to find some other weapons. Mazar been the aggressor so far here in round number 2, Randy. What does Caitlin Neal need to do to capitalize on some of that momentum from round 1?
Well, Mazar's been aggressive and active, but she hasn't really landed a lot of punches. She's landed some kicks, and she's using those kicks to get into the pocket where she can land some punches. But she's eating leather every time she tries to close that distance. The footwork of Neal is keeping her out at that range that Neal wants her to keep her at.
Good low kick from Myra Mazar. Driving home Kenny's point that the kicking game has really been her most effective striking techniques.
And that might be her best shot at trying to slow down Neal and taking away some of her footwork, some of her mobility by attacking that lead leg calf of Neal. Calf kick is such a potent weapon that we're seeing here in modern mixed martial arts. It's very painful, gives you that numb leg, that dead leg on that lead leg.
Strong jab from Mazar. Paige Van Zandt, what do you think of round 2?
You know what, so far, being in the corners of Caitlin Neal, her coaches want her to be more active, be first, because right now I couldn't agree more. She's waiting and she's getting tagged. They keep repeating, you don't need to worry about the takedown not coming. So maybe that's something that they train for, is to be aware of a takedown coming, but that's not really happening right now, and I do see her getting tagged up a little bit too much.
Neal trying to dial in that left high kick with the switch of the stance here. She had some success in the first round doing that. I think Mazar maybe has the read on it now.
You gotta go.
Right hand inside leg kick from Mazar.
Stick your combinations together now, Caitlin. I need aggression. Let's go. Combination. Split one, follow up. Hit B, follow with the 2. Jab back off of that, please. 3-1, follow it up. We got 1 minute. Yeah, go.
Final minute of the second round here. Myra Mazar in the gray, Caitlin Neal. Mazar maybe turning the tide a little bit in this fight. She has been the aggressor and was able to catch this kick. Can she get Caitlin Neal down? No, but lands a knee on the exit.
Nice takedown defense there by Caitlin Neal, and we've seen the striking volume start to decline there for Caitlin Neal. I think a lot of it has to do with Mazar's in and out style, and I also think she has slowed down Neal quite a bit because of that calf kick. I think all it takes is one calf kick, and can seriously do damage, but you can see Caitlin Neal not moving in the same manner that she did in round 1.
Mazar just not reacting to the Neal strikes quite as much this round. And we will see a third frame in our first fight of the night.
Welcome back to the PFL Playoffs, live from New York City. Ian Parker, this is fight number 1. It's part of our Parker's Parlay. Take me through it.
Coach, we start off with Caitlin Neal. Right now, it might be 1-1. We need her to get more aggressive. The line at one point was minus 395. Now it's minus 195. So we need her to win this third round. We got Nathan Kelly inside the distance, Dennis Goltsoff, and Hen Ferreira as our four-leg parlay at plus 274. Let's hope we get the first one going and then finish the rest. Let's go.
Let's get to round 3. Sean, back to you.
Round 3 set to begin here. Caitlin Neal, Myra Mazar, Neal in the blue and Mazar in the gray. Randy Couture, are we looking at 1-1 heading into the third?
I believe we are. I think that Caitlin Neal won the first round. She did that by the counter punching and winning those clinch positions. And we saw none of that in the second. It was Mazar getting off first and getting off the most. I have it 1 round apiece.
Dan Hardy, what's your assessment of the scoring so far?
I agree with Randy. I think he's absolutely spot on. You know, it's not that Neal can't win that second round, it's just that she wasn't busy enough. You know, Mazar came out maybe feeling like she lost the first round. She needs to pick it up a little bit. She stayed busy, keeps shifting her head off the center line, and she's just outworking her with volume. If Caitlin Neal picks it up this round, she might be able to steal this back, but Mazar's starting to turn the tide in her direction.
Long right hand from Neal there did finally back up Myra Mazar, who is not moving backwards at all in the second round. An exchange of leg kicks there.
Yeah, that was another heavy leg kick there from Mazar. And interestingly enough, yeah, she was trying to blade her stance, which makes you more vulnerable to that leg kick, but she was looking for that axe kick, it looked like.
She was baiting her to throw the leg kick. Yep. She could move her leg and use the axe kick as a counter. Pretty interesting.
Yeah, you can see a lot of the redness on that lead leg of Caitlin Neal.
The lead leg of Mazar as well, the inside of the lead leg of Mazar.
You can see the live odds moving as Ian Parker referenced. Neal still a favorite, but a very slight one so far in the third round. There's that switch of stances from Neal. She goes back to orthodox. Myra Mazar caught her flat-footed there for a second.
Yeah, Sabat kick right on the knee.
Well, early in this fight, when Caitlin Neal was switching stances, it seemed like it was because she wanted to set up the head kick. Now I'm wondering if it's because of the damage on the lead leg that she's hiding it in the back end of her stance.
Yeah, to me, I mean, she's definitely not stepping in the same manner. She's moving way more gingerly than she did before. Mazar has definitely done some damage to the quad and to the calf as well. And that's what Caitlin needs to do. She needs to throw that jab and double and triple up on it.
And then follow it with that hook or that right hand. Just needs to produce more. She needs to put more out there.
Yep. That was one of the keys for Caitlin Neal, striking volume.
Three minutes gone here in the third round as we listen into the Mazar's point.
Uh-oh.
Yeah! Keep the distance, keep coming, keep coming.
Faltam 2 minutos. 2 minutes to go.
Multilingual corner there from Myra Mazar, who continues with the aggression.
And this has been a very tight round.
Overhand right.
Yeah, big shot.
Sorry, Kenny, she's been trying to dial it in all fight. Finally got it here in the third.
Yeah, definitely. She started to find her range with her hands in round 2, and she continues to land those combinations.
She does a great job of getting in, getting her job done, and getting back out of there.
Oh, nice knee.
Looks like Mazar stumbled backward, but then she gets right back on the bicycle and comes forward.
Yeah, Caitlin's not out of this yet. She just complicated the score that much more. Again, landing some nice knees.
And this time Mazar with the left hand backs up Caitlin Neal. Little blood from the nose of Myra Mazar. Very tight fight. Those single significant strikes could be huge on judges' scorecards.
Definitely see that leg of Neal is compromised. Takedown attempt by Neal. She tries to step across. Mazar's not having it. Mazar using that whizzer, trying to stay on her feet.
Wow, what a close to the round. Wow. Caitlin Neal with the flurry, Mazar with the takedown attempt. Both women with their hands raised inside of the smart cage. And we go to the judges' scorecards, who have an unenviable task in front of them. Here's your Cageonomics stats bundle presented by Geico. You can see on the aggregate, 75 total strikes landed for Caitlin Neal. Myra Mazar landed the higher percentage. We'll find out the official decision when we return to Madison Square Garden on ESPN+.
Это было крайне обидно, так как сезон для меня складывался очень удачно, и в очередной раз у меня были хорошие шансы, но волей судьбы, по-другому не назвать, меня все время как-то, мой путь отводит меня от финала, от полуфинала, но я надеюсь в этот раз все поставить на свои места. Ну, медленно драться у меня не получается особо, поэтому в любом случае буду использовать свои лучшие стороны, скорость, передвижение. И исходя из этой ситуации уже буду смотреть, что он будет предпринимать. С первого сезона в PFL, но, к сожалению, в первом сезоне не получилось поучаствовать из-за визы, но по большому счету я считаю себя частью. I will win this fight. Take care.
Not afraid of none of y'all, I'm a king. Yeah. I'm the one they respect, they know it's true. Yeah. Go ahead, try me king. Go ahead, try me king. Go ahead, try me king. Oh, there it is! I fight a clone now. Right hand! Whoa! On my own now. Oh! Down and out! This is not a game. And that'll do it! Go ahead, try me king.
Welcome back to New York City in the PFL playoffs. Our first bout of the night, a showcase between Caitlin Neal and Myra Mazar.
There's some great action back and forth. Great kicks traded. There was a big kick upstairs there from Caitlin Neal. Mazar was able to find her range in round two with her hands, landed some good shots, able to feint her way in. Excellent in and out style. There's some heavy leg kicks there from Mazar. Beautiful combination from Mazar there. Nice overhand right to counter that lead left kick from Caitlin Neal. There's a nice teep to the body from Mazar. Beautiful knees from Caitlin Neal. This was a very, very close fight, Randy.
Absolutely. Great whizzer, scramble. Mazar uses to keep herself on her feet, not get taken down. Both these gals brought it back and forth. Tough one to judge.
Here's what the PFL's proprietary AI algorithm says. Rounds 1 and 3 to Caitlin Neal. Myra Mazar with round number 2. You can see close rounds in 2 and 3 especially. What do our experts say? AI says it was Katniss, Caitlin Neal. Randy says Myra Mazar. Kenny says Caitlin Neal. The official commission judges, of course, have final say. And Andy Shepard has their scorecards. Official decision coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Darrell Porter scores about 29-28 for Neal. Robert Axissa scores about 29-28 for Mazar. And Judge Chris Belinsky scores about 29-28. For your winner, via split decision, Maïla Mazar!
Myra Mazar elated with the results. Strong performance from both women. Mazar with the split decision victory. Randy, you had it right. I just want to drive home the point that Kenny had it wrong.
Yes, that's the most important lesson here.
Randy, why did you think Myra Mazar won that fight?
I thought she had the most effective striking. It came down to that 3rd round. She landed 3 or 4 significant punches versus the one knee, which was really the only thing that Neal landed in the 3rd round, in my opinion.
Dan Hardy's inside the smart cage with our winner.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Myra Mazar. That was a very hard-fought battle. You were just saying it was a really hard fight. You enjoyed it, though. You seem to have a lot of fun in there.
I enjoyed so much. It was so much fun. I like her. Here is just a fight. I respect her, and I work hard every day, despite I have fight or not. The guys in Extreme Culture, they know I work every single day so hard. So I put the work and pay off. I'm so, so happy. And thank you so much, Candace. And your eyelashes look so pretty, and because everybody make funny, and like, I'm so happy. I'm just happy. Thank you so much, and thank you, New York. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much. And in the fight, it's 1-on-1. So people boo. She has a lot of followers, but here's 2 women with 2 arms and 2 legs.
So talk to me about the feeling when you were getting the judges' scorecards. How confident were you that you got the win? And what do you think made a difference in the fight to get the nod on the scorecards?
So I was a bit worried because I know it was like very close, but I think I keep the distance. I keep my distance, and when I was close, I was super close. When I was far, she couldn't kick me so much. She's a very good kicker, so like I was controlling the distance a lot. So I think it is. I think that's it. Yeah. Can I say something in Portuguese? Brasil, muito obrigada. Obrigada, pessoal que está assistindo o canal Combate. Obrigada, família. Obrigada, meus amigos. Obrigada a todo mundo que está torcendo por mim. Eu amo vocês. Meu país do coração e sempre vai ser.
Ladies and gentlemen, Myra Mazar.
Myra Mazar with perhaps the biggest win of her mixed martial arts career to date. There's Satoshi Ishii, 2008 Judo Olympic gold medalist. He's got the grappling credentials, very experienced as a fighter as well. He'll be taking on Danilo Marquez. Marquez, a veteran of the Challenger Series. Big heavyweight. Here he is against Raz Hilton back in February. Paige Van Zandt talked to Danilo Marquez earlier this week.
That's it, that's it, that's it.
I'm here with Danilo. Now, you barely missed the PFL playoffs this year. What are you going to do tonight to guarantee that you're going to be in next season?
I'm going to do my best. We had the full camp, so I'm pretty confident to do my best today.
Absolutely. And talk to me about your opponent. He was an Olympic gold medalist in judo. What have you done in your camp to solidify that you're going to be the better fighter?
First, we know him very well. He trained with Master before in King's MMA, and he trained with my partners when I'm training today. And I brought to Mateus, he's a black belt from judo. He helped me a lot, and we have Osmar, the best guy who make an imitation from my opponents. So I'm pretty confident. We will ready to go.
Absolutely. I love the confidence. Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
You know, I made a grave miscalculation during the fight.
Right hand landed, and here comes the ground and pound from Ante Dilia.
I didn't realize they scored it as a knockdown. It didn't feel like a knockdown. I felt like I slipped. I made a conscious decision thinking I was up to stay there, thinking I was winning the fight, which was the dumbest thing to do that you should never do, right? We know that. But I went back home, I got the call from my manager. He was like, Mo, you're in. Hey, whoa, what do you mean? He goes, you're in. Get your ass back in the gym, get back to work. And I did just that. When it comes to Hennon and his reach, my closest training partner and ally, John Jones, is an 84.5-inch reach. That's all I know. That's all I deal with. So it's not anything crazy to me. Usually, you know, you're always trying to use your footwork to stay on the outside, and I don't gotta worry about that. I can make this dirty, make it ugly, make this young man fight.
Big shot by Maurice Green.
He knows where he's weak. I'm gonna put him where he's weak. If you wanna talk about his jiu-jitsu, nah, motherfucker got that black belt from Macy's to hold up his trousers.
Nasty shot by Maurice Green. That is the end.
He knows I'm coming. I know he's coming. If he gives me a glimpse to do anything, I'll strangle the life out of him. It's about getting to get my hand raised and getting to a world championship.
At 6'8", Renan Ferreira gets attention everywhere he goes.
Renan Ferreira, he is indeed a problem. Oh,
it's a 1-2 good night from Renan Ferreira.
It doesn't matter who's in front of me. I got a family to feed, I got kids, and I got to do.
Big shot by Maurice Green.
Tô bem recuperado, treinei pra caralho, tô pronto pra essa guerra.
Oh, problema with the first round finish.
I'm supposed to be here.
Maurice Green looking way more confident now.
Eu vou nocautear ele no primeiro round.
Wow. Only the strongest literally survive.
And that is the end.
Welcome back to New York City. Get yourselves ready for some heavyweight action. Showcase affair at 265 pounds. Brought to you by Just for Men One Day Beard and Brow Color. Danilo Marquez and Satoshi Ishii squaring off.
Ladies and gentlemen, making their way to the PFL Smart Cage. Fighting out to the blue corner, Satoshi Ishii.
Ishii won his gold medal in the Beijing Games in 2008. He also fought in the PFL in 2019. That same year, he renounced his citizenship to Japan and became a citizen of Croatia. He's been training with Mirko Krokop in Croatia for many years. Very formidable, well-rounded fighter.
And a guy who's willing to test himself out in multiple disciplines. Obviously, he's got that incredible judo background. He's fought professional kickboxing bout. He's fought professional boxing bout. Obviously, he's done a bunch of submission grappling tournaments. And here in the sport of professional mixed martial arts, he's 38 fights deep.
Yeah, and he's just a scary, intimidating-looking guy as well. He's been training down in Austin, Texas with the New Wave crew, John Danaher, and all the great grapplers. Gordon Ryan, one of the best grapplers, or the best grappler on the planet right now. So he's rounding out his game. He's learning all the time. I think we're going to see the best Ishii we've seen.
Back in 2019, when Randy mentioned he was part of our PFL season, he didn't make the playoffs. I told you he's 38 fights deep. 12 of his victories have come via submission. You do not want this guy on the ground with you, especially on top.
And in the red corner, Danilo Marquez.
Danilo Marquez. This is his 4th fight already in 2023. Fought on the Challenger Series, won a contract there, fought twice in the regular season, and now here he is in a showcase opportunity, trying to secure his spot on next year's heavyweight roster.
Yeah, Danilo Marquez, a very good grappler in his own right, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt under Damian Maia. But I was really impressed with his striking skills on the PFL Challenger Series as well.
Started his martial arts journey with Taekwondo. He also has a state championship in both Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and boxing in Brazil.
Worth noting, Randy, he started the season completely bald. And now he's got a beautiful head of hair on.
Does that mean there's hope for Randy? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah. That's why I pointed it out. I don't know what Randy's plans are. The other tape is brought to you by Just for Men One Day Beard in brown color. Danilo Marquez, 37, making him 1 year older than the 36-year-old Satoshi Ishii. You can see he's also a full 6 inches taller than Ishii. Reach advantage, as one would expect, belongs to Marquez on both arms and legs as the taller fighter.
All right, here are the keys to victory for Marquez. He's got to get in the boxing range, and his takedown defense has to be on point here against the Olympic gold medalist judoka Satoshi Ishii. And for Ishii, watch out for his knees and watch out for his takedown.
Andy Shepard, please.
The following is a showcase bout taking place in the heavyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He's a judo specialist and stands 5 feet 10 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 240 1/4 pounds. And in 38 professional bouts, has built a record of 25 victories, 12 defeats, and 1 draw. Fighting out of Zagreb, Croatia, Satoshi Ishii. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, is an MMA specialist and stands 6 feet 4 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 248 pounds and holds an MMA record of 14 wins and 5 losses. Fighting out of Sao Paulo, Brazil, Danilo Marquez. Your referee in charge, Mark Goddard.
Mark Goddard is equipped with our ref cam. Danilo Marquez in the blue, Satoshi Ishii in the black and gray. Quick cleanup inside the smart cage, some spilled water perhaps.
Danilo, step back, please. Ready?
Heavyweight showcase underway. Ishii in the southpaw stance as we usually see from him. Danilo Marquez, orthodox. Starts things off with a high kick. Dan Hardy, what are your thoughts on this matchup?
You know, the first thing that stands out to me is how reminiscent of the old school Gracie style of Marquez, the way he's kind of edging into range with his chin up and that lead hand, very Hickson Gracie. Of course, he's going to be the one with the height and reach advantage, and he's going to try and bully Satoshi, who's trying to close him down with wild punches now, but I think ultimately Ishii's going to want to clinch him and get this fight to the floor and nullify that height advantage, but that will be easier said than done.
Marquez not afraid to throw kicks, which sometimes people are reluctant to do against such a skilled grappler. Feels confident probably he can get himself back to his feet if necessary.
Yeah, Marquez is throwing the right strikes. Using a lot of kicks to keep Ishii on the outside, attacking the legs, attacking the body, attacking the head.
Ishii tried the long left hand to the body. Marquez still doing a great job of keeping himself on the outside.
Ishii hasn't fought in mixed martial arts in 14 months, but that doesn't mean he hasn't been active. He's had 3 boxing and kickboxing matches in that same time period.
There's Nathan Kelly warming up backstage. Excited about the opportunity to compete in New York City. Irish fighter who will open our main card on ESPN. Stabbing kick there from the rear leg of Marquez into the belly of Satoshi Ishii. He's landed it a few times now.
Yeah, I mean, Satoshi hasn't been able to get on the inside and land any shots and counter those kicks, so Marquez is just content to continue to attack with it. Oh. That was a nice kick to the body there, again by Marquez. Now Ishii tries to attack the body with a kick of his own.
Or a combination for his efforts there. Danilo Marquez with the slip and rip. You can hear the power on those kicks, even glancing off the guard of Satoshi Ishii. Marquez getting fancy with the spinning kick. There's Gordon Ryan in the corner of Satoshi Ishii.
Be first, Ishii, be first.
Some call him the best grappler in the world. The evidence would suggest that's accurate. Now Ishii gets into a clinch here, but Marquez is able to extricate himself in that controlled position against the cage. 90 seconds left in round 1.
If Marquez can keep up this pacing, he is doing a great job here in this fight.
Did a fantastic job of not conceding that takedown to Ishii and settling in on the ground. Scrambled back to his feet right away and countered.
Gotta be there.
Just into the red corner of Danilo. Nice right hand.
Every single time he comes out, you need to control with the backhand. That's our objective. You frustrated him. He's got nothing to offer. Stop with those kicks now. Lower kicks now. Let's explode his body. 40 seconds.
Corner of Marquez calling for some work to the body of Satoshi Ishii, and that kick right there has been his most successful weapon so far.
I've been very impressed with just the striking variety from Marquez.
But because he's so big, people forget sometimes he was for a long time a light heavyweight, and I'm impressed with the way that even adding so much size, he's been able to keep some of this speed.
No question about it.
Final 10 seconds of round number 1. Danilo Marquez frustrating the efforts of Satoshi Ishii so far. Round 2 when we return.
Afraid of none of y'all, I'm a king. Yeah. I know one they respect, they know it's true. Yeah. Go ahead, crown me king. Go ahead, crown me king. Go ahead, crown me king. Oh, there it is. I fight a throne now.
Right hand. Whoa.
On my own now.
Oh, down and out.
This is not a game.
And that'll do it.
Go ahead and crown me king.
Take down stray grays and beef up patchy areas with Just for Men's new one-day beard and brow color. Scan to learn more about the temporary gray fighter that stays put till you wash it out. Just for Men, the official beard color brand of the PFL. Heavyweight showcase bout, that's Danilo Marquez in the blue, Satoshi Ishii in the gray.
Remember body, please. Up or closed.
Mark Goddard did go to the corner of Danilo Marquez during the break and warned him again to keep the lead hand closed. He's pawing with the lead hand, but Goddard wants to avoid eye pokes. Ishii coming in behind the combination there. Landing the right hand, but Marquez is able to once again move out to distance.
Watch for Marquez to try and time a knee coming as Ishii comes in.
There it
just
is,
like
right
that.
there.
His corner was telling him in the break that he's bringing his head down when he enters. You need to try and land this knee. And I was waiting for it to happen. As soon as I said it, he tried it.
Randy with some mind control on Danilo Marquez here from cage side. Dan Hardy, do you have any predictions that we will eventually see inside of the smart kick?
You know, I think it's a really well-measured performance from Marquez. He's utilizing his reach as much as he can. That short right hand in the first round won the round for me. It was the crispest punch. And this work to the body is really, really valuable. And as Randy said, Rafael Cordeiro in the corner, calling for those knees. I think that's going to be something that's very, very useful for him in this round if Ishii keeps dropping his head like that.
Yeah, I mean, Marquez has the reach advantage. And you see Ishii trying to level change as he enters. And just a good shot to throw. And Marquez just firing on all cylinders tonight, looking phenomenal.
Yeah, not having any of that clinch. He pushed Ishii away immediately and cleared the clinch.
Body work here from Danilo Marquez. Going downstairs with his fist this time. He's putting in a lot of work on the midsection with the kicks. That time sends the push kick upstairs.
Now Ishii able to close that gap. Has that underhook. Marquez able to spin off the cage. And again, I think what's most impressive, as you alluded to, Sean, in round one, is yes, Marquez is the bigger guy, but he also is the faster guy. Just moving really well on his feet and throwing some very fast strikes that Ishii just does not know how to deal with.
And even when Ishii is able to close the distance and try and initiate a clinch, Marquez is doing a great job keeping his eyes open. He's really seeing everything, not wearing any damage in any of these exchanges for the most part. Impressive work. I don't know if we've seen Danilo Marquez look better. Ishii getting a little more emphatic with his efforts, trying to punch through the guard of Danilo Marquez.
Yeah, had a little bit more pop on that left hand there. That's the other value of attacking the body. It really takes away your power, takes away your conditioning, your ability to breathe.
Good change in direction there from Danilo Marquez. He felt Satoshi Ishii trying to push him into the cage. He went left, went right, went left again to get himself out.
Doing a nice job from that clinch, controlling Ishii's head, framing him out, changing directions, and escaping.
Amber Leibrock warming up backstage. She'll be one of our semifinal fighters coming up later, looking to earn an opportunity to fight for $1 million in an upcoming women's featherweight championship. Another clinch from Marquez.
Marquez does have to be careful. He continues to open up that hand. He's framing on that lead hand. of Ishii, continuing to frame on the head as well.
Final minute of the second round. Ishii tries to go for the low single. Marquez having nothing of it. Now Marquez throws the overhand right. Overhand left from Ishii.
Yeah, that landed.
See the redness on the midsection of Satoshi Ishii. That has been Danilo Marquez's favorite weapon, bringing his rear leg up into the midsection on that push kick.
Yeah, and what usually comes next are the high kicks, the head kicks, and that's what Ishii's going to have to watch out for now. Now that he's starting to drop those hands and get hurt by those body kicks.
There's another couple of good lefts from Satoshi Ishii. Trying to work his way into a clinch, but Danilo Marquez will not engage in the chest-to-chest, hip-to-hip work in the final few seconds of round number 2. More heavyweight action when we return.
I'm the baddest motherfucker on the planet.
Welcome back to Madison Square Garden. There's a look at the corner of Danilo Marquez.
Rafael, Rafael, please tell him to keep that lead hand closed. Yeah, keep the hand closed.
E outra, fecha a mão, ele tá falando pra você fechar a mão, não fica com a mão aberta, fecha a mão.
Okay, it's 4 times.
2 rounds down, 1 more to go in this heavyweight showcase.
Good. Keep it closed, all right? Good man. So, yes, he is good, just not here. Wait one second.
There's Satoshi Ishii. Mark Goddard cleaning up a little bit of rubbish inside of the smart cage.
Thank you.
He can do it all.
Kenny, don't throw that in there next time.
Sorry.
Ishii in the gray, Danilo Marquez in the blue. Randy, what does Satoshi Ishii need to do here in round 3 to win this fight?
Well, he's bobbing and weaving a little like Joe Frazier, trying to get into that pocket. He's got to let those hands go in that realm when he gets into that pocket, just like that, as he steps in. He might try and work the body from there as well. Got in deep on that one.
And he's shifting on his entries as well, Randy, so as he's throwing his punches, he's actually switching his stance. He's closing that gap that much quicker, which can be hard to get a timing on. So Ishii's finding a little bit more success because of it.
Dan Hardy, what do you think of this strategic decision here? Ishii clearly wants to get this fight to the ground. Does he feel he can get a finish on top?
You know, he's just struggling to keep Danilo Marquez against the fence. This beautiful back and forth, the juking that he's doing, guiding his head as well. Ishii needs to invest a bit more in the body strikes, try and bring his hands down, because he is getting close with some of those hands over the top, but then he's level changing and you know, he's losing the position against the fence. Of course, Danilo Marquez needs to change nothing. Rinse and repeat. He's done 2 solid rounds right now. Ishii has to do something different, but taking him down might not be the solution to the problem.
It does appear that Satoshi Ishii very much understands the assignment in round number 3. He has been the aggressor here. Throws a left hand up over the clinching hands of Danilo Marquez there.
I'm surprised that once Ishii has been getting the clinch, that he hasn't been able to create any motion. Obviously, you have the cage there behind Marquez, but he's not pulling him off the cage or at least attacking with any inside or outside trips.
I think to Dan's point, I mean, Ishii will land a left hand, it'll glance off the guard maybe, but then he just dives in chest to chest, even after some success in the striking game, stifling his own efforts potentially.
Marquez is doing a great job of keeping his hips turned, using that overhook or that whizzer to keep Ishii off of him and not giving him that inside trip.
Nice off balance from Ishii. Tries to throw some strikes, but again, Danilo Marquez has been very disciplined with his guard. There's a left hand again from Ishii. And now Marquez tries to initiate the takedown.
I think a positive sign, though, for Ishii and his corner and his team is the fact that he has increased his volume. He's definitely going for it. He's showing way more energy expenditure here in round 3. He's looking for these big shots. He's looking for the clinch. He's trying to win this fight.
He's got 2 minutes or so left to make something happen here.
Little exchange of dirty boxing from Ishii and then tie clinch from Marquez.
Ishii taking control here in round number 3. Does he have enough time to get a finish?
Now Ishii's letting him go. Plodding forward.
Gordon Ryan calling for a pinch headlock from Satoshi Ishii in the corner.
Stay busy, guys. Stay active. Don't hold, please.
Marquez is doing a great job of nullifying Ishii's attack up against the cage.
Nice flurry there from Marquez. Ishii more than willing to engage, and they'll swing away to this final bell. A few more seconds of the heavyweight showcase, and that'll do it. To the judges' scorecards we go. There's your Cageonomics stats bundle presented by Geico. You can see Satoshi Ishii tallied 56 total strikes. The bulk of those in that 3rd round.
Yeah.
And of course, the scoring goes round by round. We'll have an official decision when we return to Madison Square Garden.
Bom, eu já lutei com a Olena, né, 2 vezes, já conheço o jogo dela.
Big swing and punches there from Elena Kolesnik.
O que mais me preocupa do jogo dela é a loucura. Né? Ela não é uma atleta muito técnica, ela é uma atleta que joga golpes de onde ela quiser, sei lá.
Kolesnik is getting way more aggressive now.
Bom, 3ª luta contra a Olena. Eu espero que a luta não seja nada diferente do que as outras 2 foram. Eu continuo me preparando muito, independente de já ter ganho dela 2 vezes, de já ter nocauteado ela 2 vezes. Sei muito do que ela pode fazer, mas eu sei que a pressão que ela tá hoje é muito grande por conta do que eu já tive no papel dela, eu já tive no lugar da Olena quando eu lutei contra a Kayla, então eu sei que agora ela tá, né, sentindo o que eu senti e agora ela quer esse desafio, ela me desafiou, ela falou lá que quer me quebrar, né? Eu não tenho nenhuma rivalidade contra ela, mas ela tá no meu caminho nesse momento. Eu quero esse cinturão vai ser meu.
Pacheco continues to come forward.
She's not afraid to go toe-to-toe with anybody.
Oh, and another one landed. Larissa Pacheco.
E é isso. Eu vou passar por cima dela de novo.
Nice inside kick by Marquez. Again, back to the inside kick, and you can see the red body of Satoshi Ishii. Nice right hand by Marquez. He's counter-punching an outside weapons, especially that long teep to the body. Paid dividends. There's the overhook from the clinch. There's Ishii, nice inside, brings his head down, throws those hands as he fights his way into that clinch. And there's the big flurry right at the end of the fight. Both guys letting that leather go. Beautiful combinations by both guys.
Here's our proprietary AI score. The algorithm says rounds 1 and 2 belong to Danilo Marquez. Round 3 to Satoshi Ishii. What did our experts think about this fight? Well, Randy and Kenny think that Danilo Marquez did enough through rounds 1 and 2. We'll see what the official commission judges have to say. Andy Shepard has their decision.
After 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges scored this bout 29-28 for your winner by unanimous decision, Danilo Marquez.
Danilo Marquez, winner. Bouncing back after a loss to Marcelo Nunes in the second half of the PFL regular season. Dan Hardy standing by with the winner.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with your winner for the Celsius post-fight interview, Danilo Marquez. Danilo, so it seemed to me like you found the right game plan and then you were able to stick to it all the way through the fight. Tell me what you expected and what the game plan was.
I did exactly what I trained to do, and I was expecting him to shoot more than he did. He got Gordon in his corner. He's training a lot. I'm a huge fan of Gordon. He's a beautiful jiu-jitsu. I love jiu-jitsu. I come from MMA, so everybody knows. Satoshi, thank you, brother. I respect you a lot. It was a good fight, and I hope you guys enjoy. Thank you, my family, my coach. I don't ever think of them, no.
So what's the thought for 2024? Of course, you want to be back in here. You want to be chasing the $1 million. How are you feeling after that performance?
This one was good, you know, because I planned and I did. I hope I will be here next year, and if I'm gonna run for $1 million again, I make a mistake in the last fight. No disrespect to Marcelo, he's a good fighter, but I did a wrong plan. Now I recover myself. I'll be here again, guys. Wait for me.
Congratulations, my friend. Ladies and gentlemen, Danilo Marquez.
Congratulations to Danilo Marquez getting back to his winning ways. Hey, coming up on Wednesday, we'll be right back here at the theater at Madison Square Garden. Welterweights and lightweights. Not on Friday, less than 1 week. We're doing it on Wednesday.
I'm the best there ever is, man. I'm the best there ever was.
I'm 7-0 in New York City. The stars are aligned. It's my time.
Dominant performance for Hurricane Shane, one of the most exciting fighters in the sport. Stevie Ray hurt. Clay Collard clinches a playoff spot.
There ain't no hurricanes in Utah, baby.
Clay Collard drops Anthony Pettis a second time.
I want somebody to go for the kill, and I know that's exactly what he's going to be trying to do, and that the best man's going to win.
Taking down Nishikawa.
I'm #1 seed, he's #4 seed. None of that matters to me. All I care about is being locked in the cage with that fool.
This is one of the most exciting fights. I think the competition's lived up to it, and I'm excited to go out there and compete against Clay.
Phenomenal main event matchup coming next Wednesday right here at Madison Square Garden. One half of that main event, Hurricane Shane Burgos. How much are you looking forward to a bout with Clay Collard?
Oh man, since I started, this is the fight that everyone's been asking for. Even when I was thinking about doing 45, everyone was like, oh Shane, go to 55, this is the fight, this is the fight. And I'm like, that is the fight. So this is the fight I've had my eyes on since I signed. Actually, before I signed. I've been a fan of this dude for a while. He's a fighter's fighter, I'm a fighter's fighter. This is a dream matchup.
Yeah, it's one of those that we've all been kind of having an eye on. But what's the game plan against a guy like Clay Collard? Because even though it's going to be a blast and I want to see you stand in the middle of the smart cage and just slug it out, you're trying to punch your ticket to $1 million championship fight.
Of course, but I'm looking at this one as this is the $1 million fight in my eyes. Screw the finals. This is the one. This is the one. This is going to be the best Shane Burgos. These are the kind of fights that bring out the best in me. Those fights where I'm fighting another dog. Two dogs meeting in the middle. I cannot wait, man. This is a matchup that you guys aren't going to want to miss. It's a Wednesday night, too. Do not forget that.
You came into the PFL as a top 10 fighter in the world in your weight class, right? And your debut in a PFL season, you ran into a champion, a former champion, in Olivier Aubin-Mercier. And then, of course, a really tough fight in your second outing in the regular season. What have you learned about this format and how difficult it is? Because you're a veteran of the game.
Yeah.
But this is still pretty new to you.
No, this is brand new to me. I mean, I knew it was going to be tough going into it, but you don't really know what to expect unless you're actually in it and going through it and having 3 fights. I've been in fight camp since February. So I never experienced anything like this before. So not only is it physically grueling, it's mentally, it's taxing, it's exhausting. But I love that. This is when I'm done and all said is done, I'm looking back at my career. This is going to be something that I'm proud of. A win over Clay and then a win in the finals, and to have that belt wrapped around my waist, it's going to mean everything.
You're undefeated fighting in New York, is that correct?
Yeah, 7-0.
7-0. Is there extra pressure fighting here with, the atmosphere, all the fans? Obviously, people expect a lot from you here in the home state.
No, I mean, I'm taking this fight completely. I'm treating this one completely different. I'm going back to the old Shane Burgos where I'm gonna have fun. This is why I got into this sport, is because I love it. It was fun to me, and I'm going back to that. And when I'm having fun, that's when I'm the best.
All right, let's have a little bit of fun. I have some Clay Collard highlights. I want you to commentate these Clay Collard highlights for me, okay? That's the matchup. Here's Clay Collard against the guy you fought.
Yeah. Good flurries on the ground, stays on him, good conditioning, good cardio. Nice, big body. Yeah. That kid is tough, man. We both took him to the decision. That kid can take a freaking punch, man. That kid is tough. Yamato, shout out to him.
Yeah, Yamato Nishikawa, man.
Yeah,
He's
20 years old.
He's 20 years old, and honestly, I think probably truly a featherweight. I mean,
yeah.
He was totally outsized by both you and Clay Collard, but this matchup is happening at 155 pounds, and you said it. I got to get this win, and then I got to get a win in the finals. How daunting is it that you have 2 more fights against elite competition one way or another?
I'm not thinking about that second one. I'm thinking about this next one. Me versus Clay next on Wednesday that's the finals in my eyes, right? We'll figure everything out after that. That's the finals. Everything, all gas, no breaks. That's the fight.
All right, let's talk about tonight. We got heavyweights.
Yes.
We got women's featherweights.
Yes.
What are you expecting in those semifinal fights?
Oh, Pacheco is just terrifying lately, man. She's terrifying. So I'm expecting a finish from her. No disrespect to her opponent. And then the heavyweight fight, that's a toss-up, man. We'll see. But the entire card, I can't see these next those 4 playoff fights going the distance. I really can't.
I don't think we're going to have a lot of decisions tonight, but I don't want to jinx anything or curse anything. You're going to see Hurricane Shane Burgos in the main event next Wednesday on ESPN Plus and on ESPN. By the way, I don't think that fight's going to a decision either, and that's exactly how we want it. Shane, thanks for being here.
Thank you, brother.
Enjoy the fights the rest of the night. Let's take a look at what is still to come in our heavyweight division and, of course, in the women's lightweights. All right, Denis Goltsov is the 1 seed. Jordan Heiderman is the 4. Denis Goltsov, we've been talking about him for so long as a guy with elite skill. He's a combat sambo world champion. Reina Ferreira, unlimited potential. Does he live up to it this year? And Maurice Green, a guy who's looking to bounce back off a very close decision loss to last year's champion. Here's a little bit more on Maurice Green.
You know, I made a grave miscalculation during the fight.
Right hand landed, and here comes the ground and pound from Ante Dillia.
I didn't realize they scored it as a knockdown. It didn't feel like a knockdown. I feel like I slipped. I made a conscious decision thinking I was up to stay there, thinking I was winning the fight, which was the dumbest thing to do that you should never do, right? We know that. But I went back home, I got the call from my manager. He was like, Mo, you're in. Wait, whoa, what do you mean? He goes, you're in. Get your ass back in the gym, get back to work. And I did just that. When it comes to Henan and his reach, my closest training partner and ally, John Jones, is an 84.5-inch reach. That's all I know. That's all I deal with. So it's not anything crazy to me. Usually, you know, you're always trying to use your footwork to stay on the outside, and I don't gotta worry about that. I can make this dirty, make it ugly, make this young man fight.
Big shot by Maurice Green.
He knows where he's weak. I'm gonna put him where he's weak. If you wanna talk about his jiu-jitsu, nah, motherfucker got that black belt from Macy's to hold up his trousers.
Nasty shot by Maurice Green. Is the end?
He knows I'm coming. I know he's coming. If he gives me a glimpse to do anything, I'll strangle the life out of him. It's about getting to get my hand raised and getting to a world championship.
A little animosity's been brewing in that main event matchup between two massive dudes. Maurice Green, 6'7", Reina Ferreira, 6'8". We've been talking about that all week, all night. That's a really fascinating main event, but we have 3 other semifinals, right? You've got Moknatkina, who has looked so excellent all year long, taking on Amber Leibrock, who, look, I've been in the shoes she's in before. You look impressive in your first outing of the season. The second regular season bout doesn't go your way, but you have enough points from the first part of the regular season that you still make it into the playoffs. It's a lot like, I don't know, every other sport in the world where your regular season results don't have to be perfect, but they've got to be strong enough to get you into the playoffs where redemption can be found. So let's start with that, if you don't mind, Randy. How do you put a performance like the last one for Amber Leibrock, right, where she got beat, and she got beat handily by Larissa Pacheco? How does she compartmentalize it appropriately, put it out of her mind, and perform tonight?
That's exactly the task, and that's no easy task when you get TKO'd in the first round by even the returning champ. But she seems to have it in the right place. She's using it as fuel, as motivation to go out and do exactly what she trained. She loves this matchup with Moknatkina. It's going to be interesting, and that psychological piece is a huge piece of the puzzle. 90% of this, they say, is psychological, so you better have your mental skills in order and be able to go out and do your job and do what you're trained to do, and that's the task for Amber tonight.
On paper, a lot of people are talking about, it's classic. It's striker, Leibrock, versus grappler, Moknatkina with her judo background, but we saw Marina's striking look a lot better in her last outing against Evelyn Martins, and Leibrock says, I'm not just a striker, I actually started my MMA journey as a grappler, so what kind of matchup are we gonna see?
Yeah, that's right. It's why you can't take anyone lightly in this sport. You have to be ready for all facets of a fight, but Moknatkina has looked phenomenal. Again, a combat sambo world champion, multiple-time world champion, so she's used to that, but we have definitely seen an improvement in her striking, and because of that, we've seen her ability to get on the inside and take people down with greater ease.
Yep. All right, let's talk about another sambo, world-class sambo practitioner. Denis Goltsov, 6'5", lean, mean, physically imposing, and a skill set that I think is among the elite in the world. what has been missing for him? Because he's never made it to the championship, right? He's never won the $1 million belt. Is it a mental thing? Obviously, he had visa issues one year. Why are the odds so stacked against Denis Goltsov?
You know, I think luck has been kind of missing from him. You know, he's gotten injured, and I think maybe some of the mental stuff as well. You know, I think he tends to lose confidence at crucial times during the fight when things don't go his way. It can be difficult for him to battle back from adversity, I think, but he's changed a lot about his game. The way he prepares for his training sessions, he said because of that, he's a lot healthier heading into that. So we'll see, man, but Heiderman is going to be very tough.
Well, I'm glad you brought it up because I think Denis Goltsov has been the better athlete and a lot of times the more skilled guy when we've seen him. I don't know if that's true against Jordan Heiderman. This is a two-sport collegiate athlete, right? Started off in JUCO where he was playing football and he was wrestling, made it all the way to the national championships. And then after his JUCO days were done, he went and he played Division I football in the Big Ten at the University of Indiana. This guy is a specimen. He's just starting out his mixed martial arts journey. He's just starting out his PFL journey. He's only had one trip into the smart cage so far. But from an athleticism standpoint, I think he might be Denis Goltsov's equal.
Yeah, he's absolutely as athletic as anybody in this game. And how he uses that, especially as young and new as he is to the sport, as he keep his wits about him in a high-pressure stakes, and a guy like Goltsov that's going to come out and stick that jab in your face. It's going to be really interesting to see how he deals with that.
4 semifinals coming on ESPN.
Tonight, women's featherweights and heavyweights are fighting for survival in the PFL playoffs. We're lighting up the smart cage tonight.
Right hand!
Denis Goltsov is hoping for another big night.
A clinch of the #1 seed.
And Larissa Pacheco continues her vicious run for another title.
Larissa Pacheco with a quick 6. She's one of the best fighters in the world.
And 6'8" Reinald the Problema Ferreira is looking to knock somebody into next week.
Dropped with the left hook. My goodness.
The PFL playoffs right now on ESPN.
Welcome, fight fans, to the Big Apple. New York City playing host to the PFL playoffs. Tonight and next Wednesday, 2 shows with trips to our championship on the line. There's a look outside Madison Square Garden. Here is the view inside. Smart cage is set. Heavyweights and women's featherweights will be climbing in, looking for a spot in a $1 million championship opportunity. But our first fight will be a showcase bout in the featherweight division. 3 5-minute rounds brought to you by Redcon 1 between Nathan Kelly and Damian Nelson.
In the blue corner, Damian Nelson.
Damian Nelson was originally from Jamaica. His mom left to the U.S. for better opportunities. He stayed there and finished high school and then came after the fact to catch up with his mother in New York City. So he's representing Jamaica here tonight.
And in the red corner, Nathan Kelly.
There is Nathan Kelly, the SBG Ireland representative, trains with John Kavanagh, won a few rounds with Conor McGregor recently, said it was a big confidence builder just to have someone like Conor. Everything he's done across from him, learning from him was huge. He was, of course, inspired by Conor way back in the day, and he has turned into quite a prospect. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, very dangerous on the ground with his submissions. He's been working very hard on his striking game as well. This should be a fun one.
Our tail of the tape for this showcase bout is brought to you by Redcon 1. Nathan Kelly, 26 years of age. Damian Nelson, the New York local now, he's 30. Nelson is an inch taller, weighed in 1 pound heavier. You can see the 4-inch reach advantage on the arms and just 1-inch advantage on the legs, favoring Damian Nelson.
All right, here are the keys to victory for Nathan Kelly. It's all about his clinch fighting, his pacing during the fight, and his groundwork. And for Damian Nelson, his takedown defense is going to have to be on point, and look out for his counter-striking and his footwork.
Andy Shepard will start our main card.
The following fight is a featherweight showcase bout. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He's a striking specialist and stands 5 feet 9 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 145 3/4 pounds. He holds a professional record of 4 wins and 3 losses. Fighting out of Queens, New York. And representing Jamaica, Dynamite, Damian Nelson. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He is an MMA specialist and stands 5 feet 8 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 145 1/2 pounds. He has amassed an MMA record of 7 victories and 2 defeats. Fighting out of Dublin, Ireland, Nathan Kelly. Your referee in charge, Tommy Santana.
Referee equipped with our Ref Cam, Professional Fighters League Showcase action. Nathan Kelly in the green, Damian Nelson in the black and gray, Sean O'Connell, Kenny Florian, Randy Couture here beside the smart cage. Dan Hardy, Paige Van Zandt, also part of our broadcast crew tonight. No touch of the gloves, but a heavy leg kick from Kelly. He comes out very aggressive.
Might have been a little clash of the heads there. Nathan Kelly looking for that clinch right away, though.
Yeah, a little red mark on Nathan Kelly's forehead. They definitely clashed heads. Thankfully, no cut.
Kelly has come out lightning fast, going to work on the lead leg. Landed a jab. Damian Nelson trying to get himself back into this fight early. Body kick from Kelly.
Yeah, already seeing big improvements in Nathan Kelly and how comfortable he is on the feet.
Just throwing everything with ill intent.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Watch some figures, Blue.
We talked to him about his recent sparring with Conor McGregor, and for my money, you could tell that he was glad with the way it went, that he felt like he could really hang with someone who's at that elite level. Spoke respectfully of the encounter, of course.
Yes.
But it was one of those situations where you prove to yourself sometimes that you actually belong at the highest level of the sport, and I think that confidence is carried into the cage tonight.
Those calf kicks are already starting to pay dividends. Nathan Kelly's landed 3 of those very big lead leg calf kicks. There's a 4th.
And Nelson landed a nice right hand that got Nathan Kelly's attention as well.
Our betting expert, Ian Parker, had some interest in this fight. Ian, how do you pick it?
Sean, I got interest in every fight, but we had under 2.5 rounds in this, and with the parlay that did fall, I like Nathan Kelly to win this by sub. He's come out really aggressive. This fight is not going all 3 rounds. Let's go.
We'll be hearing from Ian Parker, best betting man in the entire MMA business throughout the night.
That's easy. Nathan, 3 minutes.
Dan Hardy, what do you think of this fight so far?
Well, it was a ferocious pace to start with. Nate Kelly swinging for the fences here. He started very quick. Usually that's where he gets his fights finished. But of course, Nelson's still standing there. He's still fighting back. And Kelly can't take for granted the fact that he can move into range whenever he likes. We're starting to see some counter-striking coming back now. He's going to have to be very careful.
Watch the hair,
Oh, nice counter shot there by Kelly. Short right hand.
You don't like when he gets hit? Let's go. Again. Shoot that. I'm positioning at the end. Nathan. Look at the counter. Yes. Yes, you know what to do.
Damian Nelson's corner there.
You see everything he's throwing, Damian.
Yes. You know it. You know it.
Stop, look.
Great combination there from Nathan Kelly. The first 2 missed, but then he landed the 3rd punch and the kick to finish it. An illustration of how important volume is when you're going against a fighter who can move.
Good hand positioning there. That's it. You catch it with your hands up.
Lightning fast. Both of these guys are very, very quick.
That's it. Finish with that jump.
SBG Ireland head coach John Kavanagh is in the corner of Nathan Kelly tonight.
Blue, wash the fingers.
Right back, Damien. Now you go.
There's Kavanagh right there in the bottom corner of the screen.
Yes. There we go. Yes.
Put him off.
Now you come forward. You come forward now. Yep. You guys go.
Stop. Stop. Time.
Timeout by the referee here.
Blow, 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 blow. Over here.
Is that a finger in the eye? I didn't see any.
Might have been a cup check. Can't tell if it was that or the eye. He's pawing at his eye right now.
Yeah, I think it was a finger in the eye.
Yeah, I think he went to frame.
Right there. There
Yep.
it is. Yep.
I tell you what, Nathan Kelly was talking about how he really wanted to demonstrate his improved conditioning. And man, has he kept a crazy pace here in round one.
To relieve a little bit. The left eye. Sorry, it's just to relieve a little more. Take your time, all right?
New rule in mixed martial arts, unified rules. You get a cold compress on an eye poke before you have to answer any questions or give a doctor or referee any sort of reaction to the eye poke. Gives fighters a chance to feel a little bit of recovery before they say something like, I can't see, which of course ends a fight.
Yeah, and I like that rule change. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Wash the fingers. You have to take your time to take a point away, all right? Wash the fingers, all right?
Just under a minute remaining in the first frame here. Showcase opportunity for Nathan Kelly and Damian Nelson.
And Kelly's going to have to watch out for that big right hand from Nelson. Nelson starting to find his range with it.
I think Kelly's fast start got Nelson on the back foot temporarily, but he's fully recovered and now very much in this fight. Tests a high kick against the guard of Nathan Kelly.
He's absolutely settled in to his rhythm. He's starting to land some punches of his own. Oh boy.
Got the right hand through there. Kelly swung back big. Final few seconds. And still action in this first round. A multiple-time world champion in sports sambo, long combat history.
Nice double leg, beautiful takedown, ground and pound by Marlena now.
My name is Amber Librock, and you're gonna remember the name. Because I'm here to make a stand. I'm here to make a statement.
Oh boy! What a shot!
And that'll do it! Wow! Librock lands the head kick!
Marina Mokhnakina very aggressive with the striking, and she continues to hammer away with the right.
I'm the most confident, the most prepared, the most ready for this task. I'm not gonna stop until I get that belt wrapped around my waist.
Welcome back to Madison Square Garden. Showcase bout here in Professional Fighters League action. Nathan Kelly out of Ireland in the green trunks. Damian Nelson, the New York local, representing Jamaica in the black and gray. Kelly with a strong start to round one. Nelson with a very strong finish. We'll see how things go here in the second frame.
Yeah, Nelson was a bit shell-shocked to start round one because of that crazy volume and aggression from Nathan Kelly, but he's finding his range now, not only with his right hand, his left hook, and his kicks as well. So for Kelly, he's got to watch out for that right hand, and he also has to be careful with just moving straight back up against the fence with his head high.
Didn't have time to show you the replays, but Dan Hardy, I think that Nelson actually had Kelly hurt at the bell in the first round.
Yeah, I agree. What we're seeing from Nate Kelly is he's moving forward behind a double jab, but his head is staying on the center channel, which is why Nelson's coming over the top of that shoulder. You can see some swelling around the cheekbones of Nate Kelly. They're the targets for these overhands and swiping left hooks from Nelson. He's still struggling with those low kicks. That could be something that Kelly can invest in more, but those punches over the top, he's got to watch out for them moving forward.
And Nelson has to be careful with his hand. He's kind of swiping at Kelly with that open hand, and he already has a warning. Oh, nice right hand again from Nelson. Man, is he fast.
It was a 3-2 combination, and that 2 landed right on the money.
And this is where Nelson has found the most amount of success, when he's backing up Kelly and he's stalking him.
There's that right hand again. Nice. Now Kelly in on the takedown here. Good defense so far from Damian Nelson.
Yeah, Kelly started the double, changed to the single. He's got a head inside single. Nelson's not having it. He's pulled him up, chest to chest now. On the fence, but in the clinch.
Yeah, Nelson doing a good job of controlling that left wrist of Kelly. Did a great job countering that single.
Another look at John Kavanaugh in Nathan Kelly's corner. Back to the center of the smart cage. Kelly doing great work on that lead calf, but he might want to disguise those kicks behind the punch, because every time he unleashes it, Nelson goes to the 1-2.
Yeah, Kelly has to feint much more, and he's got to get that head off the center line. Nelson, though, I mean, great ability to stay composed after round 1. Nathan Kelly was talking about how he's been up against it. You know, he fought a Welshman in Wales. He's fighting a New Yorker here at Madison Square Garden. Gaining a lot of experience here at the PFL.
Paige Van Zandt is sitting right behind the corner of Nathan Kelly. Paige, what do you have for us?
All right, I'm in the corners of Kelly. In between rounds, they wanted him to mix up the shots. They want him to throw a double jab, cross to a double leg. Now, it seems like Kelly's hesitating a little bit too much. He went in for a single. He's not setting those takedowns up, but I liked the pressure in the first round. Hopefully, he can continue to mix in those takedowns.
Thank you, Paige. Kelly now chest to chest here. Once again, pressing against our broadcast position right here in the smart cage.
Let go of the fence.
Mixing it up like his corner asked. Landed a couple right hands in this second round.
Yeah, Kelly landed a nice hook. That kind of wobbled the knees a bit of Nelson. Now he's in on a nice clinch with an underhook. Nelson doing a good job of framing on that head, though.
Tossed that right knee all the way up high, and it actually landed here in the final minute of round number 2. Good control against the cage here for Nathan Kelly, but a nasty knee again from Nelson. Randy, he is just so fast.
He's very fast. You don't want to blink, you'll miss it.
He's mixing up his strikes really well.
Kelly has switched stances here.
Tells me that lead calf is bothering him at this point. He's taking a lot of low calf hits.
Final few seconds of round number 2, third frame when we return.
This 6'5" monster out of St. Petersburg, Russia is Denis Goltsov.
He can grapple.
Goltsov getting on top again.
He's methodical, relentless, and when he smells blood, he takes you out immediately.
Jordan Heiderman so far undefeated as a professional mixed martial artist.
Jordan Heiderman!
Right here. Goltz pouring it on. This guy is a problem at heavyweight. Hey, Frankie Edgar in the building, getting a hello from the president of Fighter Operations, former UFC lightweight champion and featherweight contender. Watching a couple of featherweights in the smart cage right now. Nathan Kelly is in the green. Damian Nelson accounted well for himself in the end of round 1 and in round 2. Tough one to judge in the second. Randy, how do you have this fight going into round 3?
You know, I thought Nelson was coming back in the second round, and it looked like it was going to be a one-round apiece situation. But Kelly came on strong at the end of that second round, landed a couple great shots, and had Nelson in trouble, and I think that might have stolen the round. I think Nelson's got to make something happen in this third round. I've got a 2 rounds to 1, or 2 rounds to none for Kelly.
Yeah, I'm with Randy on that.
Dan Hardy, do you make that a unanimous decision between the 3 here at the broadcast desk?
I do, absolutely, but it's not a foregone conclusion. Nelson's still doing good things that Nate Kelly has to be aware of. I feel like Nate's been hurt a couple of times by that right hand, and he's styled it well, but he's still taking some of these shots. His head's still on the center line, and Nelson can still capitalize in this third round.
Almost to emphasize your point there, after that big flurry, just a little bit of a wobble from Nathan Kelly. Great fight so far between these two.
And that lead leg of Nathan Kelly is, I mean, there's some serious damage there, and Nate just switched his stance. But you can see redness and purple on the outside of that knee of Kelly.
Well, the same is true on the shin of the left leg of Nelson. Nice right hand on the counter, off balance for Nelson. This is a showcase bout, but I want to remind our audience that it's all about the playoffs. There's Larissa Pacheco. She'll be fighting in a semifinal co-main event later tonight. Last year's lightweight champion, looking to become the first ever PFL fighter to win a belt in 2 weight classes. And of course, take home an extra $1 million. Great right hand there from Damian Nelson. But Kelly continues to advance.
Yeah, and Kelly's doing a great job. If he does eat a shot, he's returning with 1 or 2 shots immediately after.
Yeah, he's not standing back and shaking it off, letting any indication that it bothered him all. He comes right back strong with a good combination.
Take the fitness out of the cage, man.
Yeah, Nelson needs to throw more combinations. He's looking for 1 and 2 shots. Needs to put those combinations together, go high, go low, get those kicks going again.
Let's look through our referee cam. Great perspective on the clinch work here. Damian Nelson doing an excellent job of negating these takedown attempts. Every time Kelly's been able to push him against the barrier, he has to just surrender it and go back to the center.
Yeah, doing a great job with his defensive frames, whether it's his head, his shin, or his forearm, creating that space to not allow Kelly to get those hits.
Everything, sir!
Big deep breath here from Nathan Kelly. Damian Nelson still looks fresh.
Nice right hand there from Kelly.
90 seconds, Nathan!
Final 90 seconds. Touch of the gloves there. Little conversation after a close call on an eye poke again. Good body work from Nelson. Nelson goes upstairs. Beautiful jab from Damian Nelson. You can see the speed is still there. Incredible gas tank on Nelson, the New York local.
Just needs more volume, and I think that's been the difference between who's winning these rounds.
Yeah, I agree, Kenny. Nelson puts out more volume, 3, 4, 5 punch combinations, and this is a different story.
Just tight, 45
Final 40 seconds of this fight. Kelly aggressively pursuing a takedown here to try and put an exclamation point on the round.
And watch what Nelson does. He'll use that whizzer, that overhook, and he'll lock onto his own wrist and tie up Kelly's free arm with that almost a hammer lock.
Yep.
It makes it difficult for Kelly to do anything.
Damian Nelson came into this fight with a pro record of 4 wins and 3 losses. I don't think that record is indicative of his skill or talent at all. This guy can fight.
Yeah, no question about it.
Stop. There's your final bell. We'll go to the judges' scorecards after a thriller. Damian Nelson and Nathan Kelly. There's your Cagenomics stats bundle presented by Geico. You can see the incredible volume in this fight. No takedowns despite the many attempts. We'll have an official decision when we return to PFL Mixed Martial Arts on ESPN. Top of the featherweight. Oh boy! She continues to hammer away with the right.
Marina Moknatkina against Amber Leibrock is a classical striker versus grappler matchup. Leibrock's tall and rangy and is a good striker with great head kicks. But of course, she needs to maintain distance from Moknatkina, who's going to try and close her down and use that body lock, those trips and reaps and throws to take this fight to the floor where she can nullify the height and reach advantage.
Nice double leg.
Yeah, beautiful timing there.
From this position, Moknatkina is going to flatten her out on the floor, pass to side control, pin the shoulders, work to a crucifix position, and then start working ground and pound. We also know she's very good with arm locks, kimuras, Americanas, arm bars, all things that the long-limbed Amanda Leibrock's going to have to be very careful of in this fight. If this stays at range, then Leibrock's got really, really good striking skills from the outside, and she can pick off Moknatkina on the way into range. But she's got to maintain that range if she wants to keep landing those strikes. And the pressure will be on for the shorter fighter in Moknatkina to close her down quickly and put this fight on the floor.
Welcome back to Professional Fighters League action. Don't forget, you can take down stray grays, beef up patchy areas with Just for Men's new one-day beard and brow color. Scan that QR code, learn more about the temporary gray fighter that stays put until you wash it out. Just for Men, the official beard color brand of the PFL.
Well, what a great fight between two powerhouse gyms in SBG Ireland and Longo Weidman MMA. Both traded some great shots. There's a beautiful combination there from Damian Nelson. There's a nice right hand. He landed that a few times during that fight. There's a nice flurry from Nathan Kelly. It kind of wobbled the legs a little bit. Nelson lost his balance there. There's a nice knee. And great takedown defense up against the cage as well. There's a beautiful jab from Damian Nelson. Nathan Kelly was great on the counter as well. What a fight.
How did you, the fans, see this fight? According to our verdict scorecards, fans say all 3 rounds belong to Nathan Kelly. Our AI score says 2 rounds for Kelly, first and the third. The algorithm gave round number 2 to Damian Nelson. What did our experts, Randy Couture and Kenny Florian, think? They thought Nathan Kelly did enough to win this fight. Of course, the final and official say belongs to the commission judges here in New York, and their scorecards are with Andy Shepard.
After 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. The judges scored this bout 30-27, 30-27, and 29-28. For your winner, via unanimous decision, Nathan Kelly! Come on!
Make it 8 in a row for Nathan Kelly, and there's his dad, made the trip all the way from Dublin. You can see the disappointment on Damian Nelson's face, but an impressive performance from the New York local as well. Nathan Kelly improves to 8-2. That's all for our showcase bouts. This is what we're here for, the playoffs, baby. Semifinals in the heavyweight division. Dennis Goldsoff, Jordan Heidemann in the 1 versus 4. Reina Ferreira, Maurice Green. That will be our main event tonight. 2 of these men will fight one another in a championship with a $1 million prize attached to it. The same is true in the women's featherweight division. Larissa Pacheco won the belt at 155 last year. Now she takes on Elena Kolesnik for the 3rd time in their PFL careers. And in the 2-3 matchup, Marina Moknatkina and Amber Leibrock. Coming up.
Marina Moknatkina.
A multiple-time world champion in sports sambo, long combat history.
Nice double leg, beautiful takedown, ground and pound by Marina now.
My name is Amber Leibrock, and you're going to remember the name.
Amber Leibrock!
Because I'm here to make a stand. I'm here to make a statement.
Oh, boy! What a shot! And that'll do it! Wow! Leibrock lands the head kick!
Marina Moknatkina, very aggressive with the striking, and she continues to hammer away with the right.
I'm the most confident, the most prepared, the most ready for this task. I'm not going to stop until I get that belt wrapped around my waist.
Go ahead, try me, King! Go ahead, try me, King! Oh, there it is! Whoa! Oh, down and out! This is not a game! And that'll do it! Go ahead and try me, King!
Multiple-time world champion in sports sambo, long combat history.
Nice double leg, beautiful takedown, ground and pound by Marina now.
My name is Amber Leibrock, and you're going to remember the name.
Amber Leibrock!
Because I'm here to make a stand. I'm here to make a statement.
Oh, boy! What a shot! And that'll do it! Wow! Leibrock lands the head kick!
Marina Moknatkina, very aggressive with the striking, and she continues to hammer away with the right.
I'm the most confident, the most prepared, the most ready for this task. I'm not going to stop until I get that belt wrapped around my waist.
Europe's best fighters now have a league of their own. PFL Europe is coming to Paris on September 30th. Don't miss France's own Anthony Salomon. Smooth Simeon Powell.
I'm the king. You're going to see in Paris.
And dangerous Dakota Ditchever live in action.
I feel a little bit sorry for the one that's going to face me next.
It's win and advance, lose and go home. Saturday, September 30th at Zenith Paris. Tickets available from Ticketmaster. It's more than a fight, it's a season.
We got playoff fights tonight. We also have welterweight and lightweight playoff fights next Wednesday, August 23rd. Semifinal action in 2 stacked weight classes. Action begins at 6:30 Eastern on ESPN Plus, continues at 9 o'clock on ESPN and on ESPN Plus. Tickets are still available here for Madison Square Garden. PFLMMA.com/tickets. I promise you want to be here for that night of fights. Here's our playoff bracket in the women's featherweight division. To refresh your memory, Larissa Pacheco, Elena Kolesnik will be our co-main event coming up later tonight. We'll start the action in the 2-3 matchup, Marina Mokhnakina and Amber Leibrock. This 145-pound semifinal is brought to you by Bose. Marina Mokhnakina versus Amber Leibrock.
No way to the PFL Smart Cage. Fighting out to the blue corner, Amber Leibrock.
Leibrock grew up in Oakland, California. Found herself by the age of 15 in quite a bit of trouble, hanging out with gangs and seeing some of her friends get shot. That steered her into martial arts. She used that to turn her life around. And here she is, with the potential to be one fight away from the world title. 6 of her 7 career wins have been by stoppage. 6 foot tall, very imposing figure in the women's division at 145 pounds.
Knockout of the Year candidate in her first regular season fight. 5 career knockouts. A lot of fans in the Bay Area where she calls home. Amber Leibrock has a chip on her shoulder. She feels like she's being underestimated in this matchup.
I've been doing this just as long. I deserve it just as much as anybody else. I work my ass off. You know, I train with the best in the world. I put my dues in, blood, sweat, and tears. And this fight right here is going to change my entire life. And this fight is the most important thing to me at the moment. And I'm coming in there. I'm coming in there blazing. And I hope that she's ready, because they keep talking about me like I'm some slouch, like she's just going to run through me. So this one thinks that she's just going to be able to come in there and just run through me. She's crazy. Absolutely crazy, and this fight is everything to me.
And in the red corner, Marina Mokhnakina.
And there is the recently married Marina Mokhnakina. Ended up marrying one of the top heavyweights in the world in Sergey Spivak. And she has had quite the run here in the PFL. Her only loss is to Kayla Harrison, but she has 4 straight wins right now. Very well-rounded game. stays very busy when she fights, has really improved her striking, has switched things up with her camp training in Las Vegas. And she was doing so well over there in training, she couldn't find any female training partners. They were all like, no, you know what, we're good. We know what happens in these training sessions. You're on your own. You're gonna have to fight the men.
Kenny mentioned the recent nuptials. We asked, well, what'd you do for the honeymoon? She laughed and said, we trained.
So romantic.
We went to the gym and we trained together. What are you talking about?
I love it.
Making her first playoff appearance, Marina Mokhnakina is on a 4-fight win streak. Very experienced in the combat sports world. 7-time Sambo world champion. And Marina Mokhnakina not at all concerned that she'll end up on the wrong end of an Amber Leibrock highlight tonight.
Да, у нее был так называемый лаки панч во время первого самого боя. Это бои, здесь все непредсказуемо, поэтому нужно быть очень сфокусированным и очень внимательным в бою. Можно ожидать все, что угодно. Поэтому, конечно, была тоже и проделана здесь небольшая работа над этим, над защитами, но особо это меня не пугает.
The tape for this women's featherweight semifinal is brought to you by Bose. Both of these women 35 years of age. Amber Leibrock is a full 6 inches taller, weighed in at the featherweight limit. You can see the reach advantage on the arms belongs to Leibrock. On the legs, it belongs to Mokhnakina. That brought to you by Bose.
All right, keys to victory here for Mokhnakina. All about her takedowns and her control. For Leibrock, her long-range strikes and her takedown defense and get-ups are going to be key for this fight.
Andy Shepard gets him going.
New York City, it's time for PFL playoff action. Who will win and advance to the $1 million championship? We're about to find out. The following fight takes place in the women's featherweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. She's a Muay Thai specialist and stands 6 feet tall. She weighed in officially at 145 3/4 pounds. In 12 professional bouts, she has earned a record of 7 wins and 5 losses. 5 big victories coming by way of knockout. Fighting out of Haywood, California, she is the #3 seed. Touch 'em up, Amber Leibrock. And her opponent fighting out of the red corner. She's a 7-time Sambo world champion and stands 5 feet 6 inches tall. She weighed in officially at 145 pounds and in 13 fights has built a record of 10 victories and 3 defeats. Fighting out of Miami, Florida, she is the #2 seed, Marina Mokhnakina. Your referee in charge, Brian Miner.
Brian Miner equipped with our ref cam. There's Amber Leibrock in the gray, Marina Mokhnakina in the purple. 3 5-minute rounds to determine who will advance to a PFL championship. Ready? $1 million awaits the eventual winner. Mokhnakina immediately closing the distance with the double underhooks here from Leibrock.
Yeah, great job by Leibrock to change her level and get those underhooks.
Nice trip by Mokhnakina.
I think Leibrock could have been able to break out of that clinch. I think she hung on there a little bit too long. Now Mokhnakina inside control here.
Trying to step over the head and isolate that right arm of Amber Leibrock.
Yeah, she's going to look for that arm lock for sure, Sean. She has that Kimura grip. She's
got it on there good.
Marisa Pacheco watching on closely.
She's good. Leibrock trying to loop her out of it.
Nakina now has tight control of the head with the pinch, her left leg.
Now, Leibrock's in a better position, but she's not completely out of danger of that arm lock. She's in half guard now. She's trapping that ankle.
Nakina's going to go face down arm bar here.
Yep.
And then try to roll her back over. There it is.
She's in a great position to finish here. She's going to try to separate the elbows of Leibrock, extend with the legs. She has her legs in position, isolating the torso of Leibrock. Leibrock's going to have to push that knee off of Nakina with her left hand. See if she can push her knee in and get her head on the inside of those legs. She has extended.
And a tap! Marina Nakina advances to the championship bout.
Time.
What execution by Marina Nakina. Doesn't even bother to engage in a striking battle at all. Immediately closes distance. Gets the takedown. Works from there to an armbar finish.
Yeah, just a clean performance there from Marina Nakina. Looked like she was in control the whole fight. Stayed composed, had a hold of that arm, and she never let go.
Very methodically worked her way into better and better and better position for that armbar. Leibrock did everything she could with those long legs to try and tie her up and get out of it, but just couldn't, at the end of the day, get out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the signature moves in Sambo. That's why she's a 7-time world champion in that sport. Tremendous performance.
A very telling Cageonomics stats bundle. Look at that. No strikes even allowed. The takedown spells the end. We'll have your winner when we return on ESPN.
Jordan Heidemann against Denis Goltsov, he gives up a lot of experience advantage to his opponent, but with the right game plan, he can overcome this formidable test. Of course, Goltsov's got one of the best jabs in the heavyweight division. Heidemann's going to have to work his way around that jab, keep a high guard, and keep his head moving off the center line. Close distance and try and wrestle as much as he can. If he can force Goltsov against the fence and take him down against the fence, great.
Really turning his hips over.
Oh!
Right leg.
Even better if he can body lock and take him down out in the center. This is where Goltsov's going to have the most problems getting back to his feet. If I'm Goltsov, everything comes off that jab. I want to hold the center and establish my jab well, but I don't want to rush into the clinch and get taken down unnecessarily.
Count, he's in trouble.
Works behind the jab. He can punch off the back of the jab, he can kick off the back of the jab, and defending takedowns will be much, much easier for him. Using his experience will be key, and fighting into the later rounds will be to his advantage.
61st Bundesliga season kicked off today on ABC as Borussia Dortmund hosted Köln earlier in the day. Coverage continues tomorrow, 7:25 a.m. Eastern, 4:25 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Plus and ESPN Deportes.
McNucken is in deep, got an over-under, big step over, pulls Leibrock over onto her back. From there, she circles to north-south position. She's isolating that arm, and you'll see her start to climb up with her legs and her knees. She's got one leg on the wrong side. Leibrock is trying to hip over. McNucken has to steer her back into position, and you'll watch her work her right leg over to the other side of Leibrock's body. Leibrock does everything she can with those long limbs to try and tie her up. It almost looks like Leibrock was going to get out. She pulls McNucken down with her legs and tries to tie her up again so she can't extend and put pressure on that arm. McNucken stays composed, doesn't let go of the position, is securing that arm tighter. Eventually you'll see her push those legs off of her head, and as soon as that happens, she can apply her hips to the armbar, and you're gonna see the tap. There it is.
Textbook stuff for Marina Mokhnakina, and earns herself the fastest submission victory for any woman in the PFL. A little record to go along with her win. The reaction from Larissa Pacheco, last year's women's champion. Of course, that was at 155, now down to 145 pounds. We make this one official with Andy Shep.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Brian Miner calls a halt to the action at 1 minute and 45 seconds of round number 1. Declaring your winner via submission to an armbar and clinching her place in the $1 million PFL Championship, Marina Mokhnakina.
Marina Mokhnakina is championship bound. We'll find out in our co-main event later tonight whether she faces Larissa Pacheco or Elena Kolesnik in a $1 million opportunity. Our next fight will fill out half of our championship bout at heavyweight. Dennis Goltsov, Jordan Heiderman. The 1 versus 4 squaring off next.
This 6'5" monster out of St. Petersburg, Russia, is Dennis Goltsov.
He can grapple. Goltsov getting on top again.
He's methodical, relentless.
And when he smells blood, he takes you out immediately.
Jordan Heiderman so far undefeated as a professional mixed martial artist.
Jordan Heiderman!
Right here. Goltsov pouring it on. This guy is a problem at heavyweight.
Go ahead, call me king. Go ahead, call me king. Go ahead, call me king.
Oh, there it is. Whoa. Oh, down and out.
This is not a game.
And that'll do it.
Go ahead and call me king.
Это было крайне обидно, так как сезон для меня складывался очень удачно, и в очередной раз у меня были хорошие шансы, но волей судьбы, по-другому не назвать, меня все время как-то, мой путь отводит меня от финала, от полуфинала, но я надеюсь в этот раз все поставить на свои места. Ну, медленно драться у меня не получается особо, поэтому в любом случае буду использовать свои лучшие стороны, скорость, передвижение. И исходя из этой ситуации уже буду смотреть, что он будет предпринимать. С первого сезона в PFL, но, к сожалению, в первом сезоне не получилось поучаствовать из-за визы, но по большому счету я считаю себя частью. I will win this fight. Take care.
Not afraid of none of y'all, I'm a king. Yeah. I'm the one they respect, they know it's true. Yeah. Go ahead, crown me king. Go ahead, crown me king. Go ahead, crown me king. Oh, there it is. I fight a throne now. Right hand. Whoa. I'm my own now. Oh, down and out. This is not a game. And that'll do it. Go ahead and crown me king.
When Maurice Green takes on Renan Ferreira, he has to stay mobile. Getting caught on the center line up against the fence is danger zone. This is where Ferreira's going to pick him off with those long range punches and kicks that he's so good at.
Showing damage from those two low kicks.
If I'm Ferreira, I want to hold the center line. I want to keep Maurice Green up against the fence, so when I step in with those power shots, I know my opponent's got nowhere to go. I of course want to stay out of the clinch, and I definitely want to stay off the ground. So Maurice Green, that's probably his best route to victory.
Maurice Green, who has Nunes pinned up against the cage. This is not looking good. Nunes is bleeding out of his nose.
And that is the end. Mark Smith waves it off.
Work his way into range behind a powerful long jab, pushing his opponent off balance, working into a body lock, maybe up against the fence. And if he can take Ferreira down to the floor, he can beat him up and potentially expose his back. He's been working with John Jones. He has to use some of the wrestling that he's learned in this fight if he's going to get the victory.
This coming Wednesday, August 23rd, the world's most famous arena, MSG, plays host to one more night for the PFL playoffs, and tickets are available. PFLMMA.com/tickets. Undercard begins 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific on ESPN+. 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific will be the main card on ESPN, ESPN Deportes, and ESPN+. Welterweights and lightweights, 2 stacked divisions. Win in advance, lose or go home. Find out who moves to the 2023 PFL World Championship on a mission to claim a division title and the $1 million that goes with it. Get your tickets, PFLMMA.com/tickets. You should already be following at PFL MMA on Instagram, but if you're not, you can do it and get yourself a chance to watch Francis Ngannou taking on the Gypsy King, Tyson Fury, live and in person. Follow the official PFL Instagram at PFL MMA. Put yourself in the running for a chance at an all-expenses-paid trip to see that fight in Saudi Arabia. There's the Bose fighter arrival of Maurice Green, one half of our main event. He'll take on Renan Ferreira in a heavyweight semifinal. There's another look at the heavyweight bracket. We're about to see Dennis Goltsov and Jordan Heiderman square off in that main event. Renan Ferreira and Maurice Green, as I just mentioned. You know what, let's check in on how our bets are looking and how we're betting the rest of the night with the best in the business. Jonathan Coachman, Ian Parker. Fellas, take it away.
Yeah, John, so far we've hit a couple and we've lost a couple. It happens in MMA, but we've got to look forward. And right now, Sometimes it's all about timing and getting to where we are. Ian Parker, Dennis Golsoff, he's excited to be here. But it's going to be very, very difficult, challenging. How do you see this one?
Well, Coach, Dennis Golsoff is sitting at -700, but he's the better fighter wherever the fight goes. Experience, striking, wrestling. -700, we can't touch it that big. Line's too high, so let's go to our props. I'm going by TKO KO at -135. We saw Heiderman get outstruck by his opponent in his last fight. Landed a kick that he did win against Golsoff. He can't make a mistake or he'll capitalize. Give me Golsoff -135. KO or TKO. Let's go.
The hands should be flying next, John. I can't wait for the big boys. I love the heavyweights. Let's go.
Thank you, Coach. Thank you, Ian. We'll hear from them throughout the night. Time now for a playoff semifinal. Brought to you by Celsius. 3 5-minute rounds between Dennis Golsoff, the #1 seed, and Jordan Heiderman, the dark horse and the 4 spot.
Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, Jordan Heiderman.
Undefeated so far as a mixed martial artist, Jordan Heiderman brings a very impressive athletic pedigree into the smart cage with him. Talk to us about the new training camp, fitting in at Skywalker MMA. Got ready with some big boys. Said all of his main training partners are either 6'3" plus or true heavyweights, or both.
Heiderman's a two-sport athlete in junior college. After his junior college career, he transferred to Indiana University where he played Division I football.
Yeah, played D-line, D-end in college, which means he's used to the big body battles, right? I mean, Dennis Golsoff weighed in, I think, in the 250-pound range. Jordan Heiderman, not so long ago, was battling it out with 300-plus pounders on a regular basis. Different sport, obviously. Right. But he understands the leverage needed. This is his first PFL season. In fact, he only had one opportunity to earn the necessary points to get into the playoffs. Took full advantage of it. Injury to his opponent, and here he is. Less than 10 fights into a pro career and 1 fight away from a $1 million championship bout. And when you talk to Jordan Heiderman, the two-sport athlete, he's just a good old Midwestern boy, and that's something he's very proud of.
Growing up in Nebraska, it's great. I love the Midwest. I love Nebraska. It's the simple life. It's the good life for me. And the more simple, the better. You know, I like to keep to myself. I like to go play out in the woods, you know, hunt, fish. So definitely love Nebraska and proud of my state.
And in the red corner, Dennis Golsoff.
Golsoff won his second Sambo World Championship in 2017 at 100 kilos. He's got 31 victories to his credit. 25 of those 31 victories have come by stoppage, 15 by knockout.
Yeah, he's a 3-time PFL semifinalist. He's been close, had some bad luck as well. Wasn't able to compete last year due to visa issues. But as far as his skills, as we were talking about earlier, just one of the best in the world. I mean, he has all the tools, especially that jab. You got to get around that jab. If you can't solve the jab of Golsoff, you're in for either a long night or a short night. And he's excellent on the ground as well.
Well, he's had 2 short nights so far this season. First round knockout of Yorgan De Castro in his last outing. Before that, first round knockout of Cesar Mutanchi Fajeda, and that was via ground and pound. I mean, this guy just has a complete skill set.
Talk about his jab a lot, and in the fighter interviews, he disclosed that he started his combative sports journey in boxing. So that jab made perfect sense from that point on.
And Golsoff, he's at the point in his career now where he relies more on his skill and on his experience than things like explosiveness and athleticism and making big leaps in the gym.
Бойцу В моем возрасте тяжело, скажем так, прогрессировать так, как это делают ребята в 20 лет. И на самом деле приобретаются другие качества, которыми получается побеждать и которые получается развивать в себе. Можешь оценивать соперника и анализировать его гораздо быстрее.
Here's a look at Dennis Goltsov and the Dennis Goltsov watch party in St. Petersburg. Look at that beautiful dog.
Beautiful dog.
Is that a Togo
Hangs out with a lot of
Argentino?
big dudes,
Oh,
too.
my goodness.
Man.
Look at that thing. Send the dog over here, fellas. Here's your Celsius tale of the tape. Dennis Goltsov, 33 years of age. Jordan Heiderman is 31. Two giants, 6'5" and 6'3". Weighed in 243 and 247. You can see the reach is the same for these two on both arms and legs.
All right, the keys to victory for Goltsov. It's all about that jab. His takedown defense is going to have to be on point, and his conditioning is going to have to be on point for this one here. And for Heiderman, he's got to make it ugly. He's not the more technical fighter, so he does have to make it ugly, and he's got to grind Goltsov down throughout this fight.
Andy Shifford, if you would, please.
The following is a semi-final contest in the PFL heavyweight division. The winner will clinch a place in the PFL $1 Million Championship. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a wrestling specialist and stands 6 feet 3 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 247 1/4 pounds and holds a perfect professional record of 7 wins and no losses. Fighting out of Norfolk, Nebraska, he is the number 4 seed, Jordan Heiderman. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, is a combat sambo specialist and stands 6 feet 5 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 243 pounds. And in 38 fights, he has earned an impressive record of 31 victories and 7 defeats. 15 big wins coming by way of knockout. Fighting out of St. Petersburg, Russia, he is a 3-time PFL semi-finalist and the number 1 seed, Dennis Goltsov. And your referee in charge, Mark Goddard.
Mark Goddard equipped with the referee cam. Dennis Goltsov there in the blue. Jordan Heiderman in the gray trunks. 3 5-minute rounds to determine who heads to a championship and a $1 million opportunity. You can see that jousting jab early from Goltsov, trying to keep Heiderman off of him.
Yeah, and Heiderman trying to close that gap immediately, trying to pressure Goltsov and back him up.
Heiderman moving his head well, too. He's not going to be a stationary target with that head.
Heavy leg kick after the jab from Goltsov. Already the jab of Goltsov going to work, but a good leg kick there from Heiderman. Reina Ferreira, one half of our main event, watching on intently. As is Maurice Green. Both men hoping that they are one half of a championship bout, which means
Watch
a
for the
future
salto
opponent
here. He's got double overhooks. Goltsov does. He steps in with his hips. He can trip or salto from here. There it is, right there.
Beautiful. Right into side control for Dennis Goltsov. Not where Jordan Heiderman wanted this bout to be with so much time left in the first round.
Goltsov looking to get to mount, trying to climb over.
Yeah, he's smashing the hips right now of Heiderman. And it's essentially the same thing as a mount, pretty much. Now Heiderman able to hook that ankle a little bit.
Ezekiel choke. Here's an Ezekiel
again.
Now Goltsov trying to isolate that left arm, crucifix position if he can.
And Heiderman's got to be careful to turn his back here. Now doing a good job of getting back to half guard.
Good recovery here by Heiderman. Now gonna have to work to get that right arm underhooked.
And Heiderman was prepared for this. He knew he was gonna be in some tough spots in this fight.
Good ground and pound here from Goltsov.
Good solid half guard, almost a three-quarter guard position by Goltsov.
There's some emphasis on those right hands. Heiderman trying to create a scramble. Gets his legs involved. Nasty ground and pound from the top. But look at the toughness from Jordan Heiderman. Looks like a cut on the bridge of the nose.
Goltsov getting good posture, raining down shots, getting his weight behind those shots. Heiderman doing his best to try to tie up those arms and close that gap.
Goltsov using that forearm across the cheek and neck to pin the head down on Heiderman, and then picking his shots well and making them count.
Heiderman trying to get those feet on the hips to try to create space to get back to his feet. He has the cage behind him, but Goltsov just all over him here.
Relentless pressure from Goltsov. And blood in the eyes of Heiderman as we look through the Ghost Cam. Proprietary PFL technology that lets you see through the links of our smart cage fence.
Goltsov back in the half guard. The fence is definitely not Heiderman's friend right now. Limiting his abilities to escape and create any kind of scramble.
He's trying to attack Kimura from that side. It can be very difficult, especially when you have the cage behind you. But it can be very, very difficult to see when you have a cut on the bridge of the nose. It drips right into the eyes. I've been there before. It's like someone puts a red curtain over your eyes.
Dan Hardy, we've seen Goltsov finish 3 of his last 4 inside the first round. Can Heiderman survive this final minute?
Triangle attempt.
This is going to be a tough minute to survive. This arm triangle looks like it's very tight. Oh, it might be,
almost looked like a tap.
There, right?
Like a tap.
It looked like he was trying to tap, but his arm was isolated. There is the tap! Dennis Goltsov to the championship! First round submission.
Just a dominant performance from Goltsov. Really never allowed Heiderman in this fight at all. And he gets to the final for the first time.
And you saw the celebration there in St. Petersburg. I don't know what time it is, but those guys were all happy. Impressive performance again from Dennis Goltsov. Make that 4 out of his last 5 he has won in the first round.
Now, what a year he's had, man. Really has been able to put it all together. His jab was on point to start this fight. And once he took this fight to the ground, that's where he really brought the pressure and was able to take him out with a beautiful arm triangle submission. Well, here it is from half guard, able to trap that arm, secured it, had a grip, and the choke is really happening on the other side. He's got that forearm across the neck. He's allowing that left arm of Heiderman to choke the other side of the neck. And his friends and family are happy over there in Russia.
So the 4th time Dennis Goltsov is in a semifinal and he gets his first ticket to a championship. There's your Geico Cageonomics stats bundle. We'll make it official next.
No one has ever been in his position. Heavyweight champ walks away.
We don't know the end result. He could sign tomorrow for the most money anybody's ever signed for in fighting history.
Francis Ngannou is the lineal heavyweight champion of the world. And so we'll see what he does.
I chose the PFL out of everyone in order to change the game of MMA. For whoever feel ready, I'm the baddest mother on the planet. I'll be fighting in the pay-per-view super fight division. It has always been my goal to control my own destiny. When somebody feels respect, you get the best out of the person. The reason why I signed with the PFL is because of their willing to develop the sport. Most importantly, in Africa, I stand for my people, for my community, I fight for them, and to get something like this to bring back home is like a huge accomplishment. Along with the PFL, now that I'm in the position to speak, to fight for those who doesn't have a voice, because at the end of the day, it's fighter first. Fighter is the one doing the sport. At the end of every accomplishment, there's another challenge. That's how you build your own legacy. I'm the baddest motherfucker on the planet.
This Wednesday, August 23rd, the world's most famous arena once again plays host to the PFL playoffs. Beginning at 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific on ESPN Plus and ESPN Deportes. Then the main card, 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific on ESPN, ESPN Deportes, and ESPN Plus. Welterweights and lightweights. It's win in advance, lose and go home. Find out who moves on to the 2023 PFL World Championship and continues the mission to claim $1 million and a division title. PFLMMA.com/tickets. Get your tickets.
There's Dennis Goltsov from the double overhook position. Uses that to pull the hips in and sweep and put Heidemann on his back. And from there, methodically, Goltsov works from that half guard position. Ground and pound was vicious and on point. Made every shot count. Here's the arm triangle. Almost looks like a tap. There, when he sticks that hand up, Dennis settles in. Again, there looked like Heidemann was starting to tap, and there's the tap. Beautiful technique and tactics by Dennis Goltsov.
There's your AI score. The only way to score a perfect 100 is by getting a finish inside the round. Dennis Goltsov did just that for the 3rd straight PFL bout. Andy Shepard will make this one official.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Mark Goddard calls a halt to the action at 4 minutes and 16 seconds of round number 1, declaring your winner by submission to an arm triangle choke and clinching their place in the $1 million PFL Championship, Dennis Goltsov!
All right, there's your heavyweight playoff bracket. The number 1 seed moves on into the championship bout. Dan Hardy has our winner inside the smart cage.
I'm here with Denis Goltsov for the Celsius post-fight interview, my friend. Tell me about the game plan coming in. Was your intention to take this fight down and dominate from top position?
Скажи нам про твою стратегию.
No plan. Just move and go ahead to final.
So you're in the finals now. Tell me what the message is to the two guys in the main event.
Теперь в финале. Какой твой месседж всем другим бойцам, с которыми ты будешь драться в финале?
Да, на самом деле все друг друга знаем, поэтому все уже знают, кто с кем будет в финале примерно, поэтому готовятся друг по другу уже с начала сезона. Поэтому я поехал домой готовиться дальше.
We already know each other in this division. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go home and get back to training.
So you're going to sit and watch the fight tonight. You'll know who you're fighting in the championships before the day's out. What's the process between now and coming back for the championships?
Ты уже знаешь, с кем ты будешь драться. Какой будет твой процесс с сегодняшнего дня до поединка? Что ты будешь делать?
Я в очередной раз посмотрю, как мои оппоненты двигаются в клетке друг с другом. Оба высокие парни, поэтому могу сделать выводы и готовиться под них.
Right now, I'm gonna sit, enjoy, watch the fight. I'm gonna see who's gonna be the winner, and I'm gonna make decision. I'm gonna see how they fight. I'm gonna make a strategy from there.
Congratulations, my friend. Ladies and gentlemen, Denis Goltsov.
Good to see you. Denis Goltsov punches his ticket to a championship. Looked great, emphatic in doing so. Unbelievable performance. And again, he's been to the semifinals 3 times before, but there was always something that worked against Denis Goltsov. This time, there appears to be nothing standing between him and $1 million. Of course, our main event will feature 2 other heavyweights. Standing in front of you right now is nearly 6,000 yards of NFL rushing, 50-plus NFL rushing touchdowns, 223 NFL passing touchdowns, and a guy who won a couple of fights. I'll let you decide who did what. Ryan Fitzpatrick, Dalvin Cook, now with the New York Jets. I want to start with that. Congratulations, first of all, on finding a new home. You guys are on Hard Knocks. What's it been like in this early part of the season, still in the preseason?
It's been fun, me just joining the team. I've been with the team for about 3 days now, so just getting settled in and, you know, enjoying this New York life. And I'm just enjoying the experience, man. I'm just riding a roller coaster right now.
And more importantly, have you enjoyed the fight so far?
Yeah, this is my first one. It's crazy.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, now with Amazon on the broadcast. Longtime NFL veteran. We just saw an absolute monster out of St. Petersburg, Russia, with a dominant performance. And look, that's against the former Division I defensive lineman. Jordan Heiderman is no slouch athletically.
Yeah.
What do you think of Denis Goltsov's performance?
These fights are barbaric. I mean, he did a great job. We're sitting there like, I mean, there's no chance. You know, I don't know that I would last more than 3 seconds in there with the men, let alone the women. But this is so much fun to be ringside watching these fights.
All right. Question for both of you. Dalvin, you go first. You played with a lot of really, really tough guys, right? I don't care if it's high school, college, in the NFL. Who is the scariest dude? Who do you think would have the most success in mixed martial arts that you've ever had as a teammate? And if it's you, you can say it's you.
No, it's definitely not me. I'm not even going to put myself out there like that. That's a good question, man. I don't know. This is different from football, man. You can kind of see it's different, man, when you're putting your life on the line. So I don't know, man. I got to think about that one. I'm going to let Fitz answer that one.
Yeah, I mean, I would go just position-wise. I think D linemen, they're a little bit crazy in the head.
Yeah.
You got to be really crazy in the head to do some of this. So I'd say somebody I play with on the D line probably.
Okay. Well, we've got a couple of NFL stars, former star, currently still playing, and you can check out the Jets. Very promising season, mostly a young team. Some really good things happening in New York, but nothing better than what we have going on right here with the playoffs at Madison Square Garden. Thank you, Ryan and Dalvin, for being here. More playoff action. Marina Mokhnakina, she's on her way to a championship. Olena Kolesnik and Larissa Pacheco have to square off to decide who she will be facing. There is Kolesnik, made the move from Ukraine, now training in Vegas. She's put her back against the wall with that weight miss. She has no margin for error. Has to win all 3 rounds or get the finish. And there's Larissa Pacheco. For my money, one of the baddest women on planet Earth. Is she on her way to a 2nd PFL championship?
Bom, eu já lutei com a Olena, né, 2 vezes, já conheço o jogo dela.
Big swinging punches there from Elena Kolesnik.
O que mais me preocupa do jogo dela é a loucura. Né? Ela não é uma atleta muito técnica, ela é uma atleta que joga golpes de onde ela quiser, sei lá.
Kolesnik is getting way more aggressive now.
Bom, 3ª luta contra a Olena. Eu espero que a luta não seja nada diferente do que as outras 2 foram. Eu continuo me preparando muito, independente de já ter ganho dela 2 vezes, de já ter nocauteado ela 2 vezes. Sei muito do que ela pode fazer, mas eu sei que a pressão que ela tá hoje é muito grande por conta do que eu já tive no papel dela, eu já tive no lugar da Olena quando eu lutei contra a Kayla, então eu sei que agora ela tá, né, sentindo o que eu senti e agora ela quer esse desafio, ela me desafiou, ela falou lá que quer me quebrar, né, eu não tenho nenhuma rivalidade contra ela, mas ela tá no meu caminho nesse momento, eu quero esse cinturão vai ser meu.
Pacheco continues to come forward.
She's not afraid to go toe-to-toe with anybody.
Oh, and another one landed. Larissa Pacheco!
E é isso, eu vou passar por cima dela de novo. Eu quero tanto esse cinturão como eu quis ano passado. Eu posso ser campeã de 2 categorias agora.
I'm born as a fighter and I am a fighter.
Elena Kolesnik, they call her cannon for a reason. Big power behind her punches. Larissa Pacheco unloading big-time power shot.
That was savage, just savage.
I fight for everything in my life.
Kolesnik is getting way more aggressive now.
Other girls may be playing the I'm not playing it, I live in it.
Unrelenting pressure from the fists of Larissa Pacheco. That's why she's one of the best fighters in the world.
There is no doubt that Larissa Pacheco will have the psychological advantage in this trilogy match against Elena Kolesnik. But of course, Kolesnik is improving all the time. In her last fight against Higashi, we saw her utilizing those front kicks very well, something that's going to be really useful against Pacheco, and that forward pressure, that bullying style that she always uses.
Land any combinations. There's some range.
You talk about combinations.
If I'm Kolesnik, I want to utilize my counter punching. Front kicks down the center line to control distance. When Pacheco rushes forward, counter punching. This is where she had success in their previous fights. But if she finds herself under too much pressure, she's got to clinch. She's got to grab a hold of Pacheco and pin her up against the fence and try and find her a moment to breathe. Then she can break and fight back on her own terms. If I'm Pacheco, I want to bully. I want to use that psychological advantage.
Instead of backing her cheek, she may take a big shot.
Push Kolesnik up against the fence where, when I unleash that barrage of punches, I know my opponent's got nowhere to go. If she lands clean, she might get the TKO finish. But if she doesn't, she might be able to take the back and sink in one of those famous rear naked chokes. This is a tough test for Elena Kolesnik, but the improvements that we're seeing lead me to believe that this is going to be a much more competitive fight.
Welcome back to beautiful New York City Professional Fighters League playoff action. And coming up next, Sports Center, they've got you covered for all the day's scores, highlights, and so much more. We're here at the theater inside Madison Square Garden. Our co-main event is on deck. All right, are we betting our co-main and main events? Let's check in with the experts, Jonathan Coachman and Ian Parker. They're the best in the business after all, fellas.
Well, Sean, right now we're focused just on the co-main event. When you have something around minus 2,000 all day, well, you got to get a little bit bold. So it's time for our bold prediction brought to you by Puncher's Chance. Ian, how bold are we getting tonight?
Well, Coach, our first pick for the fight is round 1 TKO win for Larissa Pacheco at minus 165, but that's just not bold enough for a bold prediction. So let's go Larissa Pacheco to win in the first minute of round 1 at plus 400.
So if we listen to Ian Parker, and we always do, buckle up. It might be a short ride. John, let's go.
Here is our women's featherweight bracket. Marina Moknatkina, very impressive in advancing to the final. Her opponent will come out of this next 15 maximum minutes. Three 5-minute rounds brought to you by Bud Light. Larissa Pacheco, Olena Kolesnik.
Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, Olena Kolesnik.
Olena Kolesnik, former Ukrainian boxing national team member, has made the transition to mixed martial arts, now lives and trains full-time in the United States. A woman on a mission, to put it lightly, but she has stacked the deck against herself tonight. There's a ton of pressure. She missed weight, and under the PFL playoff rules, that means she starts this fight minus a point on the judges' scorecards. And the way that the tiebreakers all work out, she either needs to win every single round or get a finish if she wants to advance. She pulled off a huge upset against Aspen Ladd. She looked great against Yoko Higashi. Olena Kolesnik has never looked better inside of the PFL Smart Cage, but the battle with the scale might hurt her.
Yeah, absolutely. And she somehow seems unbothered by the whole thing. She said, you know, I need to survive that first round, hang in there, and then I'm going to finish her in either round 2 or round 3.
This is the third bout between these two women. And Olena Kolesnik thinks that her opponent tonight is coming into this semifinal just a little overconfident because of past success.
Like, she has a good confidence, but, you know, say something and make something, this is two different, like, moves. So you can say whatever you want, but what happened, it's different. I mean, of course, her last fight was really fast against this girl, but I'm not that girl who she fought. I think I'm more intelligent fighter. I think I can definitely. She's really powerful woman, but I think with a good strategy, even power can be break.
And in the red corner, Larissa Pacheco.
Larissa Pacheco, 2022 PFL Women's Lightweight Champion. She got over the hump. She beat the boogeyman of her own career. Third time was the charm, facing off against Kayla Harrison. Pulled off the huge upset, and now she is the woman to beat in the PFL Smart Cage when it comes to this particular bout. She knows Olena Kolesnik is dangerous because she has been in the Olena Kolesnik position. Lost the first 2 against Kayla, then she won the 3rd one. 6 first-round knockouts inside the smart cage. And she has an opportunity, if she can do it at 145 pounds, to become the first PFL fighter to win a belt in 2 different weight classes.
I think the key to that equation right there is that she got a nutritionist going into this season. And we saw her struggle a little bit that first outing in the regular season. And she just got better and better and better and settled into this 145-pound class. And it's been very, very dominant since then.
Larissa Pacheco is so confident that she's anticipating this 3rd meeting won't last long.
Eu treinei bastante, eu tô forte, eu tô mais ágil, eu tô mais adaptado ao peso. E eu tenho certeza, assim, eu não gosto de dar previsões de luta. Mas se essa luta passar de 1 minuto, eu vou ficar de fato surpresa.
Larissa Pacheco says less than a minute. Ian Parker's bold prediction was also less than a minute. Tail the Tape is brought to you by Bud Light. Larissa Pacheco, 28 years of age. Despite all that experience, still not even 30. Elena Kolesnik, 32. Kolesnik is the taller fighter, and you can see there the weight miss. Couldn't make that featherweight limit. Reach advantage on the arms belongs to Pacheco. The opposite is true with the longer legs for Elena Kolesnik.
All right, keys to victory for Pacheco. I mean, her aggression is always going to be a factor. She also needs to cut off the cage against Kolesnik, who's going to use her footwork here in this fight. Kolesnik needs to diffuse that pressure, utilize that jab, and her counter-striking has to be on point against Pacheco.
Andy Shepard, take it away.
The following is a semi-final contest in the PFL Women's Featherweight Division. The winner will face Marina Moknakkina in the PFL $1 Million Championship. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. She's a boxing specialist and stands 5 feet 9 inches tall. She weighed in officially at 147 3/4 pounds and holds a professional MMA record of 9 wins, 5 losses, and 1 no contest. Fighting out of Odessa, Ukraine. She is a 2-time PFL semi-finalist and the number 4 seed, Olena Cannon Kolesnik. And her opponent fighting out of the red corner. She's a jiu-jitsu specialist and stands 5 feet 6 inches tall. She weighed in officially at 146 pounds. In 25 fights, she has amassed a record of 21 victories and 4 defeats. 10 big wins coming by way of knockout. Fighting out of Marituba, Brazil. She is the 2022 PFL Women's Lightweight Champion and the number 1 seed, Larissa Pacheco. Your referee in charge, Brian
family
Miner.
there. Brian Miner in charge of the action inside the smart cage, equipped with the ref cam. Kolesnik in the gray, Larissa Pacheco in the purple.
Ready? Ready? Come on, fight!
Touch of the gloves, southpaw stance for Kolesnik. Right hand there from Pacheco, and another lands, and another
big right hand.
Larissa Pacheco, less than a minute.
She called it.
Larissa Pacheco to the championship. She called it.
14 seconds.
The bold prediction comes true. Not less than a minute.
Oh,
less than 20 seconds.
Just a rocket of a right hand that just stunned Kolesnik and crumpled her. Wow, that's power.
She just broke her own record for fastest finish in PFL women's combat history. There is nobody in any division of women's mixed martial arts who hits harder than Larissa Pacheco. We can watch this whole round as a replay.
Ready? Ready? Fight!
Pacheco just kind of walks out there, hits an inside leg kick. There it is.
Comes the first right hand. That one's a little short. That one starts to land. That one hurt. And that fourth one put her down.
Oh, my goodness. Just so much power, so much speed. She is hungry, no question about that.
Well, in both women's semifinals, the victor finished in the first round and really didn't take any damage. Obviously, Larissa Pacheco didn't get hurt at all there. Marina Mokhnakina earlier tonight didn't eat a single punch. There's your Geico Cageonomics stats bundle. She landed 5. The big right hands spell the end for Elena Kolesnik. Larissa Pacheco is on to the championship. We'll have a conversation with the winner in the Smart Cage next.
You know, I made a grave miscalculation during the fight.
The right hand landed, and here comes the ground and pound from Ante Dilia.
I didn't realize they scored it as a knockdown. It didn't feel like a knockdown. I felt like I slipped. I made a conscious decision thinking I was up to stay there, thinking I was winning the fight, which was the dumbest thing to do that you should never do, right? We know that. But I went back home. I got the call from my manager. He was like, Mo, you're in. Wait, whoa, what do you mean? He goes, you're in. Get your ass back in the gym, get back to work. And I did just that. When it comes to Henan and his reach, my closest training partner and ally, John Jones, is an 84.5-inch reach. That's all I know. That's all I deal with. So it's not anything crazy to me. Usually, you know, you're always trying to use your footwork to stay on the outside, and I don't gotta worry about that. I can make this dirty, make it ugly, make this young man fight.
Big shot by Maurice Green.
He knows where he's weak. I'm gonna put him where he's weak. If you wanna talk about his jiu-jitsu, nah, motherfucker got that black belt from Macy's to hold up his trousers.
Nasty shot by Maurice Green. And that is the end.
He knows I'm coming. I know he's coming. If he gives me a glimpse to do anything, I'll strangle the life out of him. It's about getting to get my hand raised and getting to a world championship.
At 6'8", Henan Ferreira gets attention everywhere he goes.
Henan Ferreira, he is indeed a problem.
Oh, it's a 1-2 good night from Henan Ferreira.
It doesn't matter who's in front of me. I got a family to feed, I got kids, and I got to do.
Big shot by Maurice Green.
Tô bem recuperado, treinei pra caralho, tô pronto pra essa guerra.
Oh, problema with the first round finish.
I'm supposed to be here.
Maurice Green looking way more confident now.
Eu vou nocautear ele no primeiro round.
Wow. Only the strongest literally survive.
And that is the end. Fighters League action semifinal bout did not take long. Larissa Pacheco and that right hand are here for a good time, not a long time. That was the beginning of the end for Elena Kolesnik.
Just, I mean, unbelievable weapon. I mean, that right hand is just devastating. It almost turned her around. I mean, that's how much power she had in that shot.
Zamzagul, I mean, she spun her around twice every time she hit her. And that's the perfect weapon against a southpaw right there, right down the pipe.
So 9 in a row now for Larissa Pacheco. 7 of those have been first round finishes. This one took all of 13 seconds. There's her wife. And you can't ask for a much better result. Made the trip all the way from Brazil. There's the AI score. Only way to get that perfect score of 100 is to get the finish inside the round. Andy Shepard makes it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Brian Miner calls a halt to the action at 14 seconds of round number 1. Declaring your winner via TKO and clinching her place in the $1 million PFL Championship, Larissa Pacheco!
So that fills out our championship bout, finishes this playoff bracket. Larissa Pacheco, the 1 seed, making a statement and making good on her prediction. She'll face Marina Moknatkina for another $1 million championship opportunity. Dan Hardy's in the smart cage with our winner.
Thanks, Sean. I'm here with our winner, Larissa Pacheco, for the Celsius post-fight interview. You predicted that it was going to take you a minute and you needed 14 seconds. Why were you so confident you could get the fight done so quickly?
Sua previsão indicou que você precisava de 1 minuto, mas acabaram sendo 14 segundos. Por que você estava tão confiante na sua performance aqui hoje?
Eu estava confiante porque eu trabalho muito. Eu não sou o tipo de rainha que senta no trono e fica esperando todo mundo servir. Eu vou lá e trabalho com todo mundo para o meu reino crescer bem.
I was simply confident because I work a lot. I put a lot of effort into this. I'm not the type of queen that just sits around and waits for people to, come out and bust my table. I get out there and I go out to work.
And we've got Marina Moknatkina over here. Tell me about her performance. What was impressive about her performance, and what do you need to be ready for when you fight her in the championship?
Marina está aqui dentro do cage. O que você achou da performance dela? O que você achou que impressionou? E o que você acha que você tem que ficar ligada na final?
Bom, eu já tinha analisado com a minha equipe e a gente meio que já sabia que ela iria pelo estilo de jogo dela. Foi uma luta muito boa para ela, por conta que a menina tem uma envergadura maior. Ela tem um jogo que é chato pra caramba, de ficar agarrando, esse tipo de coisa. Então a gente já sabe como se preparar.
Yeah, we were already kind of expecting her to make it out of the final on the other side of the bracket. It was a great matchup for her against someone like Amber, who is tall, lengthy, has a lot of reach on her. Marina's game is, it's conducive to that. She has a tough game for you to work against and for you to prepare a strategy, but we're already working on something back at home.
You improved so quickly from one fight to the next. How much do you feel like you can improve between now and the next fight?
Você tem mostrado muita melhora de luta por luta. Você acha que você ainda tem muita melhora? Você ainda consegue mostrar mais entre agora e a final?
Eu acho que se as lutas demorarem um pouco mais, eu consigo mostrar o que eu evoluir, né? Mas como a minha mão pesa, quando eu conecto, eu sei que elas caem.
I feel like if the fights lasted a little longer, I would be able to show more evolution, but I just can't really help with the fact that once my hand lands, they just fall.
Congratulations, very, very impressive. Ladies and gentlemen, Larissa Pacheco.
One step closer to PFL history. Larissa Pacheco chasing the first 2-division championship. Staring down Marina Moknatkina. And that brings us to our final order of business tonight. Denis Goltsov is headed to the championship. Who will he face? That will be decided between Renan Ferreira and Maurice Green. There's Mo Green. Little touch and go with John Jones, who will be in his corner again. UFC heavyweight champion John Jones is his primary training partner. And there is Problema. Renan Ferreira, as big and fast as they come.
Na verdade, eu tive na final e ver toda aquela estrutura, eu já me imaginei ali dentro, né? Ver tudo aquilo, eu já vivi e sim, senti uma felicidade muito grande em estar assistindo e ser protagonista desse show aí vai ser uma realização, vai ser maravilhoso. Há poucos dias que anunciaram, né? Trocaram o meu adversário pelo Maurice Green, mas eu já venho observando as lutas deles há algum tempo, a luta dele. Maurice Green é um cara longo, assim como eu, né? Um cara que gosta de trocar, faz um trabalho na grade, mas é uma luta muito boa pra mim e eu vou pra cima pra buscar essa vitória.
Goodness, that was a brutal knockout.
E eu e a minha equipe, a gente, já bolamos toda uma estratégia aí para essa próxima luta. Tô trabalhando para todas as áreas, né? Independente se for em cima, na grade ou no chão, vou estar super preparado, mas vou estar buscando a todo tempo esse nocaute, como eu sempre fiz, sempre jogando para frente, né? Sempre agressivo, e esse é o meu estilo e não muda.
At 6'8", Renan Ferreira gets attention everywhere he goes.
Renan Ferreira, he is indeed a problem. Oh, it's a 1-2 good night from Renan Ferreira.
It doesn't matter who's in front of me. I got a family to feed, I got kids, and I got to do.
Big shot by Maurice Green.
Tô bem recuperado, treinei pra caralho, tô pronto pra essa guerra.
Oh, Problema with the first round finish.
I'm supposed to be here.
Maurice Green looking way more confident now.
Eu vou nocautear ele no primeiro round.
Wow. Only the strongest literally survive.
And that is the end.
Na verdade, eu tive na final e ver toda aquela estrutura, eu já me imaginei ali dentro, né? Ver tudo aquilo, eu já vivi e sim, senti uma felicidade muito grande em estar assistindo e ser protagonista desse show aí vai ser uma realização, vai ser maravilhoso. Há poucos dias que anunciaram, né? Trocaram o meu adversário pelo Maurice Green, mas eu já venho observando as lutas deles há algum tempo, a luta dele. Maurice Green é um cara longo, assim como eu, né? Um cara que gosta de trocar, faz um trabalho na grade, mas é uma luta muito boa pra mim e eu vou pra cima pra buscar essa vitória.
My goodness, that was a brutal knockout.
E eu e a minha equipe, a gente, já bolamos toda uma estratégia aí para essa próxima luta. Tô trabalhando para todas as áreas, né? Independente se for em cima, na grade ou no chão, vou estar super preparado, mas vou estar buscando a todo tempo esse nocaute, como eu sempre fiz, sempre jogando para frente, né? Sempre agressivo, e esse é o meu estilo e não muda.
If you want a chance to see the biggest signing in PFL history, Francis Ngannou take on the Gypsy King himself, Tyson Fury, and you want to do that live and in person, you got to follow us on our official PFL Instagram, at PFL MMA. Put yourself in the running for a chance at an all-expenses-paid trip to see the action. Randy Couture, I'm sorry you are not eligible to win. Kenny Floyd also not. Dan Hardy, Paige Van Zant. None of you can win the trip to Saudi Arabia to watch Francis Ngannou, Tyson Fury. I'm sorry. We have one more fight to go. Dennis Goltsov is already in the championship as the 1 seed. Reina Fajeda, Maurice Green are about to figure out who he will face. There's Dennis Goltsov and Misha Cirkunov. Our last heavyweight semifinal is brought to you by Bud Light. 3 5-minute rounds between Reina Fajeda and Maurice Green.
Making their way to the PFL Smart Cage, fighting out of the blue corner, Maurice Green.
The crochet boss, Maurice Green. Coming off a razor-thin decision loss to last year's heavyweight champion, Ante Dillia. A fight in which he had incredible moments, actually looked like he was winning, thought he was winning the fight, and he made some mental errors where he stayed in positions he shouldn't have stayed in. But he went back to the gym and he said, I knew something was gonna happen. I knew I was gonna have an opportunity in the semifinals, and that's exactly what happened. An injury to Marcelo Nunes, and now Maurice Green in his first PFL playoff appearance.
And what I liked about, what he said about his last fight, he was very honest in his assessment. And when you are honest with your weaknesses and the mistakes that you made, you can fix them. And he's coming in very confident because of that, I think.
Says he wants to use his grappling and his wrestling in this fight. I think that might be a key if he wants to be successful here.
Yeah, look, for once, Maurice Green is the shorter man in a fight. He's actually at a disadvantage for once in terms of reach. But perhaps unexpectedly for some, he's actually looking forward to that. He likes that about this matchup.
To him and his reach. My closest training partner and ally, John Jones, is an 84.5-inch reach. I think Ran's sitting there at about 85, right? That's all I know. That's all I deal with. So it's not anything crazy to me. I'm just excited to Mike Tyson, be like Mike Tyson, boy, I can dip, dive, dodge, I can do all that right in the pocket. Because I got shorter reach, man. I'm a small guy. Usually, you're always trying to use your footwork to stay on the outside and, come in and catch them up. No, I don't gotta worry about that. I can make this dirty, make it ugly, make this young man fight. So I'm excited to do that, And like I said a million times, I'm here for all of it. I really am.
And in the red corner, Reina Fajeda.
Reina Fajeda, 6 feet, 8 inches tall, 8 knockouts of his 10 career professional victories. Coming off a first-round finish of one-time PFL finalist Mateusz Scheffel. This man is an absolute specimen. Elite athlete who just so happened to find his way into mixed martial arts. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, incredible speed and power, creative strikes. A 2-time PFL semifinalist who still has yet to taste championship victory inside the smart cage.
The big difference this season is the change at camps, moving to top team, getting some professional coaching, getting some new perspectives, new partners, working on his wrestling, working on those other pieces of his game, and not just relying on his 6'8" frame and that reach that he has.
It might not be the most obvious visual comparison, but I liken what we see from him to what we saw from Sada Boussi. Sada Boussi, elite striker, great length, but he needed to get good enough at grappling to stay on his feet. And when that happened, what did it turn into? It turned into a championship for Sada Bou at 170 pounds. Has Renan Ferreira found that same recipe? He's a massive man, a massive talent, and he has made big changes to chase this championship in 2023.
Então, a gente está sempre buscando melhorar, né? Buscando mais conhecimento e esse ano não foi diferente. Eu mudei, vim para os Estados Unidos, estou treinando numa nova equipe e a gente ajustou algumas partes ali da parte de grappling, da parte de grade. Intensifiquei o meu jogo de boxe, a minha preparação física, então estou muito empolgado e muito pronto, mais experiente também para essa próxima.
Here's your main event tale of the day, brought to you by Bud Light. Renan Ferreira is 33 years of age, Maurice Green 37. You can see the stature of these two individuals. 6'8" is the official measurement for Ferreira, 6'7" for Mo Green. Both men weighed in very near that heavyweight limit of 265 pounds. 85-inch arms for Ferreira and 48-inch legs, giving him the advantage on both the arms and the legs.
And, all right, and the keys for this fight for Ferreira, he needs to utilize those long-range strikes. That's when he's at his best. Utilize that speed advantage as well. And his wrestling against the cage is going to have to be on point. And for Mo Green, his clinch fighting is where he's most dangerous, and he needs to utilize forward pressure to back up the Brazilian Ferreira.
Andy Shepherd, one more time, please.
The following is a semi-final contest in the PFL heavyweight division and is our main event of the evening. The winner will face Denis Goltsov in the $1 million PFL Championship. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a striking specialist and stands 6 feet 7 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 261 3/4 pounds. In 19 professional MMA bouts, he has built a record of 11 wins and 8 losses. 9 wins coming by way of stoppage. Fighting out of Broadalbin, New York. He is the number 5 seed, the Crochet Boss, Maurice Green. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, is a jiu-jitsu and boxing specialist and stands 6 feet 8 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 259.5 pounds, and he owns a record of 10 victories, 3 defeats, and 2 no contests. 8 big wins coming by way of knockout. Fighting out of Porangatu, Brazil, he is a 2-time PFL semi-finalist and the number 2 seed. Problema Renan Ferreira. Your referee in charge, Mark Goddard.
Mark Goddard to oversee the main event action.
Okay, gents, you understand the rules of fighting. They list limit all the time, keep yourself protected. If I tell you to stop, you stop. If you want to touch, do it now. God bless.
Ferreira in the blue, Maurice Green in the black and gray, Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Kenny Florian cage side, Dan Hardy and Paige Van Zandt also in the building to lend their perspective on this fight. For To the center of the smart cage they go. Ferreira opens with a jab. Green responds. Switching stances early is Green. Nice 1-2 there from Reina.
Yeah, Ferreira really establishing that jab, backing up Green. That's not what Green wanted.
Nice long straight punches by Ferreira. He's got Green in trouble.
Unleashing here. Green backing himself up against the smart cage. There's another low kick from Reina Ferreira.
Yeah, that speed advantage for Ferreira is significant here. And Green said he needed to bully the bully, and that's not what's happening right now. Ferreira backing him up.
3 times now Ferreira's gone with a straight punch to the midsection of Maurice Green. Maybe something he saw on tape that he wants to exploit. Now Green back on the offensive. That scooping uppercut there from Ferreira got the attention of Maurice Green. Dan Hardy, fast start for Problema.
Just a really solid start from him. He's controlling range very well as we expected. Everything he's throwing with the intention to land, he's throwing hard. But we're seeing more feints from him now. You've got to see the development from the ATT. Look at this aggression here, but measured aggression. Scary individual, especially with this kind of control.
We saw him in the past, Randy, with a tendency to kind of watch his work. He would throw that jab out, he would throw a right hand out. He'd go one at a time and try to see what happened. He's putting combinations together here in the first round.
Saw him against Mateusz Scheffel pick his shots better, not smother his punches, not get too overexcited when he saw blood, when he had him hurt. And we're seeing that same control and precision here tonight.
There's a good long jab from Maurice Green. Dennis Goltsov looking on. He will fight the winner of this for a $1 million purse and a gold belt.
Yeah, Ferreira staying aggressive, but not getting too greedy. He's staying balanced with all of his strikes. He's not throwing himself off of his base. Maurice Green hanging in there, though, but needs to throw more volume.
Big body kick from Ferreira. There's John Jones in the corner of his friend and training partner, Maurice Green.
Big right hand.
Maurice Green, though, doing a good job of interrupting some of those combinations by at least attempting to clinch.
Maurice Green calls Broad Alden, New York, his hometown, so as one would expect, the chance of the crowd in his favor. Push kick there from Green. Again, the jab to the body from Ferreira. Paige Van Zandt is in the Ferreira corner. Paige, what do you got?
I'm actually listening to the Maurice corner, and currently John Jones is calling for him to be more offensive. They want him to slip and move. They're calling for combos, but they want that offense to be a little bit more heavy on the pressure.
Thank you, Paige. Another combination here from Ferreira.
Green's got to be careful ducking his head when those barrages come. He's going to catch an uppercut.
Yeah, or a knee. Ferreira just has so many tools, so many weapons, and you add all those physical traits that he possesses, and he is a very, very dangerous man.
An oblique kick from Maurice Green trying to target the lead leg of Reina Ferreira. 1 minute left to work in the first round.
Ferreira just seems so loose, so relaxed. And this is what Maurice Green needs to do. He needs to back up Ferreira.
Championship.
Yeah, just as the seconds were winding down in round one, Ferreira landed a laser.
Nasty right hand from Reina Ferreira. And then the ground and pound to finish it. And there's the watch party in Parangatu, Brazil. What a performance. And what a matchup we now have in the heavyweight division. Denis Goltsov and Reina Ferreira. 6'8" versus 6'5". You saw the respect from Reina Ferreira, immediately came over to the corner of Maurice Green, had a word with John Jones, a respectful word with John Jones, who's now in the cage.
You're gonna see this nice big, long right hand, right on the button. Maurice, and then followed it up with 3 big shots on the ground. But he timed that perfectly. It was a great counter punch. Mo was stepping in with that, his own right hand.
Geico Cageonomics stats bundle. And you saw the big power from Reina Ferreira's right hand, and we'll make it official next.
Europe's best fighters now have a league of their own. PFL Europe is coming to Paris on September 30th. Don't miss France's own Anthony Salomon. Smooth Simeon Powell.
I'm the king. You're going to see in Paris.
And dangerous Dakota Ditchever live in action.
I feel a little bit sorry for the one that's going to face me next.
It's win and advance, lose and go home. Saturday, September 30th at Zenith Paris. Tickets available from Ticketmaster. It's more than a fight, it's a season.
No one has ever been in his position. Heavyweight champ walks away.
We don't know the end result. He could sign tomorrow for the most money anybody's ever signed for in fighting history.
Francis Ngannou is the lineal heavyweight champion of the world. And so we'll see what he does.
I chose the PFL out of everyone in order to change the game of MMA. For whoever feel ready, I'm the baddest mother on the planet. I'll be fighting in the pay-per-view super fight division. It has always been my goal to control my own destiny. When somebody feels respect, you get the best out of the best. The reason why I signed with the PFL is because of they are willing to develop the sport. Most importantly, in Africa, I stand for my people, for my community, I fight for them, and to get something like this to bring back home is like a huge accomplishment. Along with the PFL, now that I'm in the position to speak, to fight for those who doesn't have a voice, because at the end of the day, it's fighter first. Fighter is the one doing the sport. At the end of every accomplishment, there's another challenge. That's how you build your own legacy. I'm the baddest motherfucker on the planet.
Welcome back to the Mecca, Madison Square Garden. Here's a look at our Redcon 1 top strike speeds of the night. Nathan Kelly unleashed a 22-mile-an-hour punch. Reina Ferreira at 21. Larissa Pacheco, 19 miles an hour. Fastest strikes of the night brought to you by Redcon 1.
All right, let's check out some replays here. You see the exposure of the center line with Green as he advanced to try to throw a strike, and that just allowed Ferreira to land a laser of a right hand. But at these grounded pound strikes, these right hands that came from the top of the Hulu Theater here at MSG, just nasty. There it is, boom, we saw the exposure of the center line, and that right hand right after, reminiscent of that Dan Henderson bomb against Michael Bisping, but man, what a shot.
Andy Shepard's inside the smart cage to make this one official.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Mark Goddard calls a halt to the action at 4 minutes and 46 seconds of round number 1, declaring your winner via knockout and clinching their place in the $1 million PFL Championship, Reina Ferreira!
So now, problema is Dennis Goltsov's problema. The 1 versus 2, that'll be your heavyweight final. $1 million on the line when these two behemoths square off the day after Thanksgiving. Good show of sportsmanship as they congratulate one another and immediately get to work figuring out the other. Here's your Bud Light knockout of the night. Larissa Pacheco breaking her own record for fastest finish in PFL women's history. 14 seconds. And really, right hands were the weapon of choice all night long here at Madison Square Garden. And of course, the celly of the night, the Bud Light celebration of the night. When you win, it's easy to celebrate. She wants another belt, this time at 145 pounds. She already has a 155-pound championship belt. Will Larissa Pacheco take down her second $1 million prize? An incredible night of fights in New York, and we don't have to wait long for the next one. We will see you next Wednesday as we continue the playoffs right here at the theater at Madison Square Garden. PFLMMA.com for the latest information, and you can get tickets as it's welterweights and lightweights. For Randy Couture, Kenny Florian, Dan Hardy, and Paige Van Zandt, I am Sean O'Connell. Stay well, everybody. We will see you next Wednesday. Stay tuned for SportsCenter.